Ransom. This is the Strategy Company podcast. And Chris, let's get started.
Yes, we got a lot to cover today. MLB playoff predictions. I already broke down the wild card of the World Series on Tuesday, but we'll break down the AL and NLDS matchups today and get Joey's input on that. We're also going to discuss midseason report cards, and a new twist we're going to be adding is we're not just going to be doing free agency this year. We're going to be doing mock drafts during the bye weeks as well. But we'll only be doing, when it's 4 or more teams, we'll only be doing the first 2 rounds. And that's if a team like the Browns doesn't have a first round pick during that bye week. If there's a team if all 4 more teams have a bye week, we'll only do a 1-round mock for that week. Like next week, we only have 2 teams, the Steelers and Packers. So maybe what we'll do is Joey will pick one team, I'll pick the other. We'll do a 7-round mock, and we'll test our scouting mano-a-mano versus each other for the next edition of Draft Utopia when we break down the wide receivers too. But for now, we're just going to focus on this week because we have a lot to get through. We got predictions at the end. Also, if you want to find out who else besides Ben Stein and Daria is related to Joey on the fictional family tree presented by Potter's Pub, tune in until the very end, and you will find out the next fictional character or real life celebrity on the fictional family tree with Ben Stein and Daria. Because Joey's made that joke numerous times on the podcast, folks, so you're not going to want to miss that. But let's get into these MLB playoffs.
I wish I wasn't drunk when I was making those jokes because I would have been able to remember them.
Okay.
But it does make sense, though. It does make sense.
Yes.
So,
today you'll find out who Joey's fictional brother is on the fictional family tree. So you'll find that out later in the podcasts. But I'm going to focus on the ALDS now. At 1:03 Eastern on FS1, the Texas Rangers head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles. I had Tampa Bay beating Texas. The attendance in Tampa was horrible, but that's another issue for another day. The Baltimore Orioles, the Texas Rangers led the MLB in led the American League in home runs during the regular season, Joey. But I'm just not sold on the back end of their starting rotation. And this Baltimore Orioles team is just incredible. Last year, the Baltimore Orioles had all 9 batters hit 40 or more RBIs. And they only had 1 batter, Trey Mancini, above the age of 30, who I believe is now on the Miami Marlins. And this year, the Marlins have 8 batters in their 20s. Their oldest batter is Adam Frazier. And the Baltimore Orioles have 7 of their 9 batters hitting 60 RBIs this season. Adley Rutschman, the number 1 pick in the 2019 MLB draft, his 3rd year in the majors. He was great. He took Oregon to the Final Four in the College World Series as a freshman. He won the College World Series as a sophomore and won the Dick Hauser Award as a junior, despite failing to repeat in the College World Series with Oregon State. Rutschman's been one of the most consistent players since going first overall at catcher in the MLB draft. He is a star player. I mean, he might not be a superstar yet, but he is a star player, I would argue that much. And he's the one linchpin the Orioles have for the next 4 or 5 years until he becomes a UFA in 2028. And looking at the Baltimore Orioles with 7 or more batters hitting 60 RBIs, and 3 quality starting pitchers with Brandish, Grayson Rodriguez, and John Means, who was Baltimore's number 1 pitcher and ace when they were in a rebuild and they sucked a few years ago, posting an ERA of under 2. With those 3 pitchers, I just don't think the Texas Rangers are going to win a game in this series. I mean, they did an incredible job sweeping Tampa and making me look foolish for doubting them. But I think the Orioles are just that stacked this year. They are the team to beat in the American League, in my opinion. I mean, the bullpen's good. Their batting lineup's incredible with 7 batters hitting 60 RBIs, and they have 3 quality starters. They don't have 4 or 5 quality starters in a rotation, but they have the bullpen to make up for that. And if you don't have pitchers with ERAs of under 4, the Orioles are going to score 7 or 8 runs on you. They could score 6 runs on you with pitchers with an ERA of 3 but under 4. You have to have pitchers with ERAs of under 3 if you're going to beat this team in October, Joey. And I just don't know if the Texas Rangers have that from their starting rotation. They've just lost too many guys to injuries. They lost DeGrom to a season-ending injury. They lost Max Scherzer to a season-ending injury. So I just don't know if the Rangers have those guys. And they didn't promote any of their top 5 draft picks, Jack Leader or Kumar Rocker from Vanderbilt. So for me, that's the difference in this series, and it's the biggest reason why I'm taking the Orioles to sweep the Texas Rangers. You got anything you want to add to this series?
No, this series is. I know it's probably kind of kick me in the rear end for saying this, but this series is pretty cut and dry. At least in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, Jordan Montgomery went 1-0, didn't give up a run in 7 innings against the Rays. If he plays like that in Baltimore in Game 2, maybe the Rangers win Game 2 and make this a series, but I'm not counting on that outcome at this point. The next series is going to feature the Houston Astros and the Minnesota Twins, and spoiler alert, I've got the Minnesota Twins upsetting the Astros. I've got them ending the Houston Astros streak of right now, I believe it's 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. I believe it's 6 consecutive ALCS appearances. Astros were able to secure the AL West division on the final day of the regular season, but the Astros only have 2 good starters in Framber Valdez and Justin Verlander. And the Twins also have 2 really good starters in their rotation as well in Pablo Lopez, 1.59 ERA in the playoffs, and he had an ERA of under 3 in the regular season. And Sonny Gray was the number 1 starter on the Minnesota Twins a season ago. So with those 2 starters, I think the Houston Astros pretty much have to win games 1 and 2 with Framber Valdez and Justin Verlander. Otherwise, the Twins are going to take this series. And if the Twins can steal a game on the road with one of their 2 starting pitchers, I think they can win this in 4 games. I'm picking the Twins in 5 because the Astros have good batters. They have some fight in them. They're still the defending World Series champions, and I don't think they're going to go down without a fight. But I am picking the Minnesota Twins to win this series, as I hinted a few weeks ago on our last podcast when we were talking about the MLB standings. And it's strange to hear me say that, but the Twins have really good pitching, not just from their starting rotation, but from their bullpen. And Jeff Passan has mentioned the number 3, number 4 starters in the Twins. He hasn't really mentioned the number 3, number 4 starters on the Astros. And a lot of the Astros starters got injured this year outside of Framber Valdez and Verlander. The rest of the quality starters in this rotation are on the IL for the Astros. So I think this is a pick'em series, Joey, and Royce Lewis, Carlos Correa returning to Houston. He was drafted number 1 by Houston out of Puerto Rico in 2012, signs a contract with the Twins. And Royce Lewis, number 1 pick in the 2017 MLB draft. He hit 2 home runs in Game 1 against the Toronto Blue Jays. And that Twins playoff drought is over. I think the Magic's back. And frankly, I just don't know if there's a team in the American League that has the blueprint to beat the Orioles. But I think the Twins have the best shot of playing spoiler in the American League. Maybe Houston. I'm not dismissing Houston. We know they're capable of doing incredible things in October. Past 6 years have shown that. But I just think good things come to an end at a certain point, and I think the Twins actually have the manager and Rocco Baldelli, the bullpen, and they have the starting pitchers that can go toe-to-toe with Houston's starting pitchers. And I think the Twins bullpen in Houston, simply that's the difference of very tight series for me, Joey.
I still think they won with baseball, and I think the series is going to be close, but I think
in game 1 today. Ober, Minnesota's number 3 starters, pitching against Verlander. Pablo Lopez is pitching against Framber Valdez tomorrow. Priest is going to start in Minnesota. Do win 3, but the comes down to who steps up in game 5. I think it's that simple. And game 5 will be at Minute Maid Park in Houston. So if you're Minnesota, you want to finish this series at Target Field. You've got your number 1 starter pitching game 2 in Houston, and your number 2 starter pitching game 3 in Minnesota. Both dominated in the wild card rounds. So if you go to 1, 2, 3, win game against Verlander, unlike Minnesota beats Led's up duel. It's not the ordinary, but I just don't think that's very likely.
And I will give their manager credit as it was a brilliant move. But you know you're probably not going to be Verlander. So you put the number 3 starter against and keep numbers 1, 2 for game 2 and 3. So that was a brilliant move on this part. So I fully endorse that.
Yeah, because Minnesota's number 1 starter pitched on Tuesday, and their number 2 starter pitched on Wednesday. So Minnesota's number 1 starter would pitch in game 2 on Sunday, and in game 3 on Tuesday, 6 days after pitching. So both of those pitchers would have at least 5 days of rest before pitching again against the Astros. So I think your thought process is if Minnesota is going to win this series, they got to either sweep Houston or finish it in game 4. They can't allow the series to go back to Houston for game 5 at midnight. And if they do, the experience for Houston, the home field's just going to outweigh what Minnesota's accomplished.
Yeah, because you have to say, by the time it comes back to game 5, he's going to have several days rest. You're going to have Verlander with several days rest. And you're going to have your entire contingent of pitchers on their back end. And even if they don't start them, they can bring them in from the pen. So I think it has to, if Minnesota's going to win it, they have to go in before. Because the pitches, everybody knows talking about pitching in baseball. That's the X factor for me. Especially in playoffs. And the Astros have arguably the best pitcher in the game. And the best pitcher in the game is going to be rested. That ain't good. And they're going to have to cut that out in 4 if they're going to put it at home. Otherwise,
Yep. The next series is going to feature the rematch of last year's NLDS, where the Philadelphia Phillies came into Atlanta and shocked the Atlanta Braves. I like the Braves in 4 games. I think Aaron Nola wins game 3 for the Phillies at home, but I think the Braves, they want to finish this series. And the Braves have 4 quality starters, Joey. There's not a team in the National League with 4 quality starting pitchers. The Dodgers have Kershaw, and they have a good number 2 starter, but a lot of the Dodgers' best pitchers are out for the year. The Dodgers pitcher that they drafted out of Vanderbilt is out for the year. Dustin May is out for the year. So, I mean, I look at the Dodgers, and I think they're weaker than they were. I think the Dodgers are weaker than they were a year ago. I mean, Bobby Miller and Clayton Kershaw have been the 2 catalysts Dodger rotation, and they don't have the same pitching that they've had in previous years because they just, they just don't. I know they have a pitcher from Vanderbilt who suffered a season-ending injury. I just can't remember his name at the moment. But yeah, the Dodgers, they have Alex Reyes is on IL, Jimmy Nelson, Daniel Hudson's on IL, and then you've got some players like Walker Buehler. That's it. Walker Buehler. He's been a very good number 2 to Kershaw. He's on the IL. And then they have another starting pitcher who's out for the year. So the Dodgers, I just don't know if there's a team in the National League that can beat the Braves, Joey. And honestly, I feel like whoever wins this series is going to be representing the National League in the World Series, because without Walker Buehler and Dustin May, I just can't see the Dodgers beating the Phillies or the Braves. And I can't see the Diamondbacks beating the Phillies with their experience as the defending NL champions if they were to beat the Braves again, or the Atlanta Braves, who have 4 good starting pitchers in a 7-game series. I can't see. I think whoever comes out of this NL East series between the Braves and Phillies is going to be the NL champion. And whoever comes out of the Diamondbacks Dodgers NL West series is going to be the NL runner-up. That's just where I'm at this point in the process. Now, the Dodgers could beat the Phillies if they were to knock out the Braves, but I think that's a coin flip for me. And the Phillies have the younger bats. They're defending NL champions, and I'm leaning towards them over the Dodgers. I think the Braves will win this in 4 games, because Ronald Acuna, 40 home runs, 70 stolen bases. He's been incredible for Atlanta this year. They still have a good core of batters, and they've got 4 pitchers with ERAs of under 4. So I think the Atlanta Braves, and they're the only NL team with 4 pitchers with an ERA of under 4. Atlanta's the only team that fits that description in the National League. So I think they're probably going to be the NL. I said it in Tuesday's podcast, Joey, that I've got the Atlanta Braves defeating the Baltimore Orioles in 7 games to win the 2023 World Series. And final score I have is 8-7. I think it's going to be like the Cubs-Indians series in 2016, where the Braves find a way to win when it matters. But what are your thoughts on the Phillies-Braves series? Because it's a big one.
Opportunity, because they are rivals on the night, and some of the most memorable moments, they have a great time, and they don't have it last year. So I'm looking at this, and I'm saying this probably should have been the NL game. This should have been the NL championship series. Just on my thought process.
Yeah, and this is the problem with MLB. It should be lowest seed versus highest seed, Joey. The Diamondbacks, the 6th seed, beat the 3-seed Milwaukee Brewers. So the Diamondbacks should be headed to Atlanta, and the be headed to LA Dodgers. If the MLB used the NFL format, those would be the matchups. But the MLB uses the NBA format, where the 6-3 winner plays the 2 seed and the 5-4 winner plays the 1 seed. So I'm in agreement with you. This should be the NLCS, and it would be if the MLB used the same playoff format as the NFL rather than the NBA.
Yeah. So my brothers, these guys have been almost battling Tyson for 30 years. Yeah, they've had some down periods. All teams do. But they always come back around and they get that rich history to go on, and now they're on top. So, I mean, these are definitely the best teams.
And look, if Dustin May or Walker Buehler was healthy, the Dodgers would have a case over the Phillies. But with those guys out, they're going to be lucky if they draw the Phillies and get home field again, because I just think the Phillies, they have younger bats, they're hungrier, and their rotation's healthier. And their bullpen, I would argue, has been more reliable than the Dodgers this year, and they're just hot at the right time. There's just more working in Phillies' favor. It's not that the Dodgers can't beat the Phillies. I just think there's more working in Phillies' favor right now.
Well, any team beat any other on any given day.
Yeah.
That's the thing that not only makes baseball more thrilling because they have beauty, but it's also what makes because it's the one. So that's you might not always win. But the majority of the time in Major League Baseball, regular season stats, win-loss record, is even because it's such a long season. While
You're taking the Braves over the Phillies, right? Maybe you take them in 5 games, but I'm taking the Braves 4 games over this, and you're taking the Braves, but it's probably going to be 5 games rather than 4 because.
I think it's been 5.
Yeah.
I think it's been 5 because I don't think we were talking about injuries the other season and everything. I don't think those teams are better than the Phillies when healthy. So I think it's Braves in 5. I still think the Braves are the 5.
Yeah. Backs and the Dodgers, and Joey and I are in agreement the Phillies and Braves are the 2 best national. I had the Brewers beating the Diamondbacks. I mean, the Brewers had the better pitching rotation, but the Diamondbacks had the batters, and they were able to go into Milwaukee, American Family Field, and sweep the Brewers. And I give them credit for that because I didn't think the Diamondbacks could pull that off. But they're probably going to lose to Kershaw and Bobby Miller at Dodger Stadium. And they're going to have to win the 2 games at Chase Field and then get lucky in game 5. They're going to have to win 3 in a row. I think that's because the 2 pitchers the Diamondbacks used in games 1, you're going to be using those pitchers because Zach Gallen is Arizona's best pitcher, but he was the number 2 starter in the NL wild card, which means Zach Gallen will not be available until game 3 at the earliest. So your best bet is using your 2 best starting pitchers in games 3 and 4 in Arizona, and then just trying to beat the Dodger Stadium. Hunting out the Dodgers if you're the Diamondbacks. I know you want to pick for 1 starter if the Dodgers win game 1 with Kershaw. Very tempting and all. But I think your best bet is to go down 2-0 with the momentum on your side because I think the Dodgers clearly are the better team than the Diamondbacks. And, you know, even though they don't have the starting pitching they've had in previous years, they still have a pretty superstar players in Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. He won 2 World Series with the Red Sox 2018 and the Dodgers 2020, and Freeman won the 2021 World Series as that leader with the Braves before signing with the Dodgers in free agency in 2022. So the Dodgers have those 2 players, and really, if they're running win the National League, it's going to be those 2 guys stepping up, Freeman and Mookie Betts. Otherwise, I think the Dodgers end up losing to whoever comes out of the Braves and LCS because I just don't think this team is deep at pitching compared to the Braves or Phillies this year. They can't pull it off. They can. The guys have to be the catalyst adding during the NL playoffs for the Dodgers.
Dodgers are good pitching rotation they have been over the last few years. I don't think that they're bad as hard as they have been over the last few years. But I don't think that the Diamondbacks, I mean, it's not really that good. They're going to make playoffs. Are they going to keep pace with the Dodgers? I don't think so.
I mean, the Brewers have good pitchers, but the problem is Woodworth, one of their 3 All-Stars from 2022, was injured, and the Brewers can't hit. For some reason, the Brewers have trouble hitting. They're great at pitching, but they have trouble hitting the ball. And Diamondbacks had 2 quality starters in the wild card round, and they're a better hitting team than the Brewers, which is why they advanced. But you can make the argument that the Marlins, the team that lost to the Phillies, probably beats the Brewers as well. I mean, that's a coin flip if you think about it, but you know, that's what makes this interesting, because if the Marlins had gotten the 6th seed, I probably would have picked them to beat the Brewers. And shit, I may have picked them to beat the Dodgers just for the hell of it, since the Marlins were in my NLCS to lose the Padres in the preseason.
Remind me, what game we're talking about here? Did you name like 5 or 6 teams?
Yeah, we're talking about the Diamondbacks versus the Dodgers. This is the last game in the NLDS, but I brought up the wild card teams. I brought up the Brewers and Marlins because the Brewers lost the Diamondbacks and the Marlins lost the Phillies. But I'm saying, had the seeding been reversed and the Marlins got the 6th seed, maybe they beat the Brewers and the Dodgers and then get to the NLCS and lose to the Braves. Because the reason the Marlins got eliminated is because their best pitcher, Sandy Alcantara, got placed on the IL before the playoffs. If Alcantara is healthy, I think they could. I think they beat the Brewers, and I think they arguably take the Phillies to a 3rd game at the very worst. They probably lose, but they at least take the Phillies to a 3rd game if he's healthy. So, but yeah, every team has 2 good starting pitchers, their batters, and their bullpen. And then there's the Braves, who have 4 good pitchers. I've got Braves over Orioles in the World Series. The Astros could play spoiler. The Twins could play spoiler in the American League. But I think the Orioles are at least going to get the ALCS, the bare minimum. And if you want to try to create something special, now is the time to strike if you're the Orioles. So that's all I got to say on that. I'm going Braves. What go and then we'll get mid-season cards.
That old NL rivalry, Astros and Braves.
Part 2. Rematch in 2023, 2 years later.
Yeah, I do think those are the 2 best teams. They think of the best pitching. They're both really good at play. And I think they got 2 of the better managers in the game.
I really like the Orioles manager, too. Baltimore Orioles manager. The Baltimore Orioles manager, Hyde, Brandon was actually the first base on the Chicago Anthony Rizzo when the Cubs team World Series. So he came into Baltimore in 2019 or 2018, and he's done a great job turning that team around. So I think Brandon Hyde can outmanage Dusty Baker. The question is he ready to take that big leap this year?
Don't hold his card and say Tito Franchona was the best manager in baseball. But, with his retirement, it's wide open. So we'll see which manager comes out on top.
Yeah.
But Survivor will fit it.
And on that note, I am getting the Browns thing up on Spot Track here. So midseason report cards, we're going to break down 4 teams today. The Cleveland Browns, the Los Angeles Chargers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the Seattle Seahawks. And we're going to start with your team, Browns, salary Spot Track here on our live stream here. And basically, we're going to go over Browns. I don't think there's going to be any quarterback changes with Watson and DTR as the 2 main quarterbacks for the next 4 years. I don't think there's going to be any quarterback changes, so we don't really need to discuss that unless you want to dive into that. The running backs, it's going to be Chubb, Ford, and Strong as the top 3 next year. Are the Browns going to spend part of their cap space? Because right now, Spot Trek has the Cleveland Browns listed as $46 million over the cap. but a Reddit user said that Andrew Berry can create up to $93 million in cap space. So that takes the Browns from negative $46 million to positive $46 million. If Berry restructures all the contracts he needs to create $93 million in cap space. So that's why I'm not as worried about the Browns being over the cap as I am other teams, because Berry and John Lynch were sort of the innovators when it came to creating cap space for their teams in 2023. So, and if you create 46 million, you could spend anywhere between 12 and 16 million to real. Put him under contract 2027 or 2028. So, and I think that'll well end up in 12 years. I would say 16. I don't have the exact numbers. I'm not going to crunch the numbers at the top of my head. Just looking at the Browns, I don't think is it quarter back in 24. The first position we might see some turnover is receiver position, but the QB because I think I don't think we will see turnover at those shit. Wide receiver. But looking at the Browns here, looking at the Browns, Donovan Peoples-Jones is a UFA. Marquise Goodwin's a UFA. So really, those are the two main UFAs. And I'm just waiting for TalkShoe's having some difficulties. Restream's been fantastic today, but just looking at the Browns, Amari Cooper, I think he's going to remain under contract. Yeah, I'm back, Joey. My TalkShoe had a loading issue, but as I stated, I don't think we see any turnover at running back and quarterback. Watson and DTR will remain the two QBs, and I think Chubb, Ford, and Strong will be the top three running backs next season. And then Kareem Hunt will retire unless he wants to take a team-friendly deal. And then after... Yeah, I'm still here, Joey. I'm still here. The audio on TalkShoe was kind of laggy for a second, so I reloaded the page. I'm still here, man. Can you hear me? You know what? Why don't I tilt the iPad in the other direction? That way you can hear me better. Does that work? Can you hear me better now? Because I can hear you. All right, because like I was telling Joey, I think the first position we see turnover at is wide receiver. I don't think there's going to be any turnover at quarterback or running back with the Browns, unless they want to cut Chubb to save cap space, but I think they're more likely to extend him, and that would be a dick move to do to Chubb after he's given you so many good years. You could do it and save $11.4 million, but I just think that would be a dick move to make. And I don't think the Browns are going to do that. They've always been very prestigious when it comes to their running backs, even dating back to Jim Brown. So I don't think the Browns are going to make that move and move on from Chubb. I don't think that's going to happen. Mari Cooper. Now, Chubb might not play until middle of 2024 because of a second surgery, but I just don't see the Browns moving on from him at this time. Are they going to burn some to extend him? That remains to be seen, but I definitely think receivers So, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Joey? Can you hear me? I can hear you. And as I was telling our listeners on our live stream, I don't think there's going to be any turnover at quarterback and running back. I've said this for 1,000 times, like I've said it 10,000 times. I think wide receiver is the first position we will see turnover at with the Cleveland Browns. I'm pretty sure you're in agreement with me on that. Peoples, Jones, and Goodwin are UFAs. Moore's got 1 year left on his rookie deal next year. The Browns could buy out. Yes, I can hear you now. Can I finish? Can you hear me? Can I make my argument? Because it's like I've been telling our audience. I can hear you. I can hear you, Joey. So, as I was saying, Donovan Peoples-Jones. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? But as I was saying, Joe, we will turn sound. That's why. I don't know why that's the case, but myself. Can you hear me now? My sound was turned off on Talk Show, Joey. All right. But as I was okay, that's why. That's why you couldn't hear me. That's my fault, buddy. But here's the thing. I've been telling our audience that we're not going to see any turnover at quarterback or running back. We're just not. With the Cleveland Browns, Watson and DTR are the two quarterbacks. Chubb, Ford, and Pierre Strong are all going to be back next year. There's a chance Kareem Hunt could be back too on a team-friendly deal, but I doubt it. I really don't think we have any turnover for the Browns at quarterback and running back. First position where we're going to see some turnover. Go ahead.
I do want to comment on the Kareem Hunt situation. Kareem Hunt, a lot of people don't know those who are that he was on playing your parents. The reason he left the Browns was because of something that happened between him and Kevin Stefanski. When he walked into that building, there's no guarantee he was going to come out with a contract. That was a heart to heart. And when the following up between he and Stefanski happened, it ended up all he had to gain weight, he lost explosions, so on and so forth. He was ready to retire. He had done everything he wanted to do in the NFL. He had made his home. He was ready to walk out the door. But he and Nick Chubb are like brothers. If Chubb went down, he came back for Chubb. So he was in shape. He was healthy. It's going to take a little bit to get back into it. Great condition is nothing. It's not football shape. Anybody who's ever played can't tell you. Can't take him a couple games. But the bottom line is, he came back because Nick Chubb went down. That's why he came back. So, will he be back with the Browns next year? I don't know. It really depends. If you're ready to retire, that means you're not coming back for the money. That means you're coming back for a reason. He came back for Nick Chubb. After this year, when 24 is back in the building, well, he said, I did this for your brother. Now I'm going out of my way for it. Was he going to say, hey, brother, let's ride one more time? And I don't think it's going to be the Browns to make that choice. I think it's going to be Kareem Hunt. Because the Browns are the ones bring back if there was a risk there. And it took Nick Chubb going down to fix that risk. So, it's up in the air. It is truly up in the care because, I mean, if it takes that to get him to not retire, well, you know, he's playing for a no-count team. He's playing for a set press. So, you know, gotta give the man credit for staying loyal to his voice.
Yeah. And I think Chubb will either come back or retire. I don't think there's any if, and, or. I think it's going to be one of the two. As for the receiver, Donovan Peoples-Jones is a UFA. Goodwin's a UFA. Jakeem Grant also a UFA. The Browns have Cooper back for 2024 in a contract year. They have David Bell. I don't think the Browns are going to buy out Cooper to save cap space. I think they'll restructure him because Cooper's been Deshaun Watson's biggest asset in the passing game this year and at the end of last year. So I think Cooper's guaranteed to be back. I think Elijah Moore will probably play out his rookie deal, but won't get extended based on what I've seen from Elijah Moore in the first few games. David Bell, Cedric Tillman, Mike Woods will compete for the number 3 receiver job unless the Browns end up drafting a receiver in the second or third round in what's a really deep wide receiver class to compete with Tillman. Because if the Browns don't have confidence in Wood or Tillman and Andrew Berry's still running the ship, I won't be surprised if the Browns draft another receiver on day 2 to push Tillman for that number 3 job. So they have some insurance when Cooper and Moore are both UFAs in 2025. So I won't be.
And here's the thing. With DPJ, our big thing with him was how much will he progress? Because he's been progressing every year.
Do you want me to click on DPJ's profile and find out his market value? Do you want me to click on DPJ on Spot Track and find out his market value, like how much he's projected to get paid in free agency? If you don't, I'll just move on to the tight ends.
So our disagreement on DPJ was how much he would progress and how much would he be worth based on that progression. So what happened is, for the first time in his career, DPJ has regressed, which is something neither one of us thought would happen. It was either stay the same, progress a little bit, or progress a lot. It was never, hey.
I had him in the. I thought Tillman had a higher ceiling than Peoples-Jones. And DPJ was a 5-star recruit in high school. He was great at Michigan, but I didn't really view him as a guy who'd be on the Browns past his rookie deal. And I'm just, you want me to click on DPJ to find out his market value? Because I'll do that for him. I'm not going to do that for anybody else. See if Spot has the value for DPJ. They do not have a market value for DPJ. So that Spot Track usually does have market values because market value. Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor. Go ahead.
That means DPJ is, like I said, he's regressed, which is surprising because he is always the hardest worker in the building. So my thought is, why is he regressed? Because if he's regressed to the point that he has no market value, then there may be something we ain't seeing. Because regression is one thing. Not being re-signed because of regression is another. But not having a market value, there's something else there that we ain't seen. A year to no value with us. That just doesn't happen unless there is
People's million 789 deals.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is projecting 6 to 10 to go from that to no. That shows what's been going on. Because we know he regressed, and now how much he regressed and why. placebo money. And he's been better than that in his career. He's been at least the number 3 receiver, which would be at least 4 million.
Yep.
So why does he just know about it? That's what I want to know. That's the underlying thing I think.
Yeah, because you were saying in the offseason the Browns want to bring him back, but they would only pay him up to $8 million. I'm at the tipping point where the Browns will bring him back, but they'll only bring him back for $5 million or less. Because Tillman might have a higher ceiling than him, and he's still on a rookie deal. So and he's regressed this year, so he has less leverage. It's like we'll give you a 2 or 3 year deal, maybe a 4-year deal where you're making $5 million a year, but if you don't take it, we're going to let you go, and we're not going to budge. I think that's going to be the Browns' stance now that Peoples-Jones has regressed. If it was $8 million and he progressed, I think they'd be open to that. Now that he's regressed, I think it's $5 million or less, or we're going to let you go. Sorry, there's options in the draft. We still have Tillman on a rookie deal. It's a business. It's nothing personal. We like you. We wish you nothing but the best, but this is what it is.
Yeah, but he's basically gone from a low-tier number 2 receiver to a mid-tier number 3 receiver. That's a huge gap in regression. Now, why was that regression made? I don't know. What happened to cause that? I don't know. But that is a huge regression. And the only person I got from it. And there's no answer for it at this point.
I agree. The tight end position, and you got Tillman, and you can get another receiver in the draft for insurance. Stash him like Tillman, but for insurance, if you can't bring back both Cooper and Moore, I think the Browns will look at a receiver in the 2nd or 3rd round. They might take a guy like Torrey Horton in the 4th round, the Colorado State receiver. Torrey Horton and Xavier Legette are the only receivers in college football with 0 drops on targets this season, but they're both 24 years old. That's the only drawback. That's the only reason why Legette's a 3rd round pick and Legette's a 3rd round prospect and Torrey Horton's a 4th. But West did mock Xavier Legette in round 1 of his mock draft at pick 32 with the Eagles. I putting Xavier Legette on the Eagles with Brown and Devonta Smith is just going to allow Howie Roseman and Jalen Hurts to terrorize the rest of the NFL for another decade. I'm not on board with that for the rest of the 2020s decade at least. But, but those are options for the Browns.
Everybody who watched the Browns is, why hasn't Tillman played? When you have Elijah Moore, who was finding out why the Jets gave up on it, he has no field awareness at all. None. He has no idea where he is on the field. If he's on the sideline, God help us all. But he's probably got to step out of bounds before he actually making the catch.
I see Moore finishing his rookie deal with the Browns, but not getting re-signed. I think the Browns would be open to paying Amari Cooper, but I don't know if they want to pay him as much as they're currently paying him when they extend him, because they're currently paying him $23, $24 million a year. I think they'd be willing to go down to $18 to $20 million a year for 2 or 3 years, but I don't think they're willing to pay him what they're currently paying him once his contract is up. And they're going to Barry's going to
Hyundai Santa Fe versus Jeep Wrangler.
$46 million.
Look what Santa Fe has and what Wrangler doesn't. Hyundai wins every time.
Down the road. He's doing what the Rams did. Okay? And we all saw what the Rams turned out. Salary cap and their draft. He's doing that model. Whereas how did the Patriots stay relevant for 15 years as Super Bowl contenders? They put in bonuses so that the cap hit would some 20 years. Instead, the Browns are doing that for a 2 or 3 year stretch, which means in about 3 to 4 years, chickens that come home to roost because the restructuring is not a restructure that benefits the team long term, such as what the Patriots did. It's what benefits the team short term, more like what the Rams did.
Yeah.
So that you have to look at, and Barry is only more of what the Rams did, which is short term. Could get messy unless they let a couple of these salaries just completely drop off. Like Keller and Batonio. By the time the chickens come home to roost, Batonio is probably going to be retired. So that's going to be
Let's talk about the tight ends. I mean, Njoku's under contract for 3 more years. Akins is under contract for 2 more years. Harrison Bryant is a free agent after the year. My guess is the Browns want to keep Bryant, but if they can't, they will get a tight end in the draft, and he will be a backup. It'll probably be a day 3 pick if I had to take an educated guess right now. Maybe they go with if Jatavian Sanders or Cade Stover is there in the 2nd or 3rd round, maybe they take a tight end and play him on a rookie deal. But otherwise, if the value's not there, I think they wait until day 3 because they have a steady hand in Njoku. They don't need to get another tight end.
And here's the funny part. Akins has played well. Hasn't been that guy good as what he's supposed to be, but he's played well. Harrison Bryant's been absolutely awesome.
Bryant had a much higher ceiling coming out of college than Akins did, yet Akins took the tight end 2 job from him. But in Bryant's defense, he did have a touchdown against the Bengals in week 1. The only touchdown Watson threw in week 1 was to him. So in his defense, he's got that going for him.
He did. But he's also dropped several passes that were like right in his hand. I mean, and that was the big thing with him. It's like, I catch everything. Well, this year you're not catching everything, and you're looking like one of the worst tight ends in football because of it. Now moving on to David Njoku. Njoku's played better than people think he has. Last week, the only player getting open on every play was Njoku. The only problem was, there's the couldn't find anybody. And the thing was, you doing it while also shooting on a pass play. So, that tells you a lot right there that, hey, I'm open. I was open every 8 times so far this game. You haven't found me. That comes right down the seat. You haven't found me. You know?
I won't be surprised if the Browns... Let's turn our attention to the offensive line when you're done with Bryant, because I just looked up Jedrick Wills' Pro Football Focus grade, and believe me, it's horrible. It's horrible enough to warrant a release. You know where Jedrick Wills ranked out of 68 offensive tackles on Pro Football Focus? Go ahead. Go ahead. Take a guess. Well, you were right. It is 63. That was the number. They graded 68 offensive tackles, and they gave Hudson a lower grade than Wills. So I'm not – the Browns, if there's a good left tackle there in round 2, you might want to consider taking them, because if Hudson's in year 3 and his Pro Football Focus grade is worse than Wills, that tells me you may not have your future starting left tackle on this roster.
Now, you are downplaying it. I saw a record that was done. I'm giving credit to Mikey McTaggart, the producer for the Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show, for this, because he's the one that found these stats. Out of 103 left tackles that have played
The interior offensive line's still respectable. You'd like to see Bitonio and Teller in the top 5, but 18 and 19 out of 60 guards, you'll take it at this point. 18 or 19th out of 70 guards, you'll take it at this point. Oh, the Browns. No, the Browns cannot buy. The Browns buy out Wills. They take a cap hit. They take a cap penalty. So they would lose cap space if they bought out Wills. And they would lose, but they'd only lose $2 million compared to the nearly 10 million they'd lose by buying out Conklin. So, and that's the thing. You don't really have.
Yeah, you don't have much. You paid yourself into a corner.
You're better off keeping Wills throughout the entirety of his rookie deal and using that 2025 first round pick on a left tackle. That's what you're better off doing.
Here's the thing that's really interesting. Joe Bitonio is having his worst year as a professional. He's still really good. He's still well above average. You think he's ranked like 23rd ranked guard in the NFL right now?
Yeah, Pro Football Focus has him at 18 or 19. They have him at 19 and Teller at 18. But you're used to seeing those guys in the top 10 or the top 5. That's the point you're getting at, Joey. You're used to seeing those guys in the top 10 or the top 5 on Pro Football Focus.
I think Jason Lloyd said something really interesting. Jason Lloyd of the Athletic. He said, if you look at it from what it is, Joe Bitonio is having to help Jedrick Wills on everything. He does not trust Jedrick Wills, even though he would say it otherwise, because that's what you do with your teammates. You say you trust him otherwise, even if you kick him off a bridge. And he said, and he really, his play shows he is helping Wills on everything at the detriment to his own play, where on the other side, Wyatt Teller is having the best year of his career pass blocker. Because pass blocking wise, the rookie over there is ranked like 11th in the NFL in pass blocking, but he's also having worst year as a run blocker in his career.
Yeah, because DeJuan Jones is ranked 59th out of 68 tackles on Pro Football Focus. He's ranked 59th. I didn't think he played that badly to be ranked that low, but I'm guessing they're grading him off his run blocking rather than his pass protection, because a lot of right tackles get graded on their run blocking more so than their pass blocking.
Yeah, pass protection, he's like 11th, but run blocking, he's a lot further down. And one of the reasons is, if you watch the All-22 against the Steelers, Wyatt Teller was every time that they were going to run, you knew they were going to run. And you knew they were going to run because probably going over and telling James his assignment before they got to the line. Last game, not so much. And here's the thing, when you have a rookie that's barely played, and he's naturally great pass blocking, and mixed up with the fact really well pass blocking, just naturally, like Jones, he's going to help out there. But Teller is not having to do as much on the side of, on the right side, as Bitonio is having to do on the left. Now, add to this, that Bitonio is 32 years old. I didn't realize that until I was watching a couple things this morning to prepare for the podcast.
Yeah, and his contract runs through 2026. I've got the numbers up here on Spot Track. Wills is a free agent in 2025. Bitonio and Teller are 2026 free agents. DeJuan Jones is under contract till 2027 on a team-friendly rookie deal. And Pokeike, who's 5th in Pro Football Focus among centers, which is remarkable because you're used to seeing Teller and Bitonio there. The fact that Pokeike is there is remarkable. And, you know, he's under contract to 2026. So, you know, the Browns are going to have to look at paying some of these guards more money in 2025 or looking at the successors potentially if you think Bitonio and Teller are getting up there in age. And right now, I think the Browns are going to either take a left tackle in 2024 or in 2025. And I would say, because the Browns have that first round pick in 2025. So this is a deep tackle class too, though.
Yeah, and here's the interesting part. Everything you said with the numbers and the rankings and everything, the Browns are ranked, depending on what ranking you look at, around the top 10 as a pass blocking offensive line. But generally speaking, they are ranked between number 25 and 28 as a run blocking offensive line. They were built to be a run blocking offensive line. But they are one of the worst in the NFL as run blocking. And I think he said this, it might have been Jason Lloyd again, because he wrote a long article for The Athletic on this. He said this may be the Nick Chubb effect, where you're used to, oh, I don't have to sustain my block because Nick Chubb is already down the field and out of the way by the time I would have to sustain my block. And now they're pushing, but they're not used to a rookie running back and a.
Well, Jerome Ford's a second-year running back. He's a second-year running back. He didn't play as a rookie coming out of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
First-time starter, sophomore running back.
Yeah. So, yeah. Either way you want to look at it, a lot of times I look at guys who get into their rookie years and don't play. I look at them as rookies the next year because they haven't played. I mean, they might as well be rookies.
I mean, I liked Ford as a pass catcher, and I didn't like Ford as a pass blocker, but I liked him as a pass catcher. My friend Jake Bodkin, he loved Ford as a pass blocker, so it's wait and see for me with Ford. I think it's wait and see for you with Ford as well, because even though he was impressive in college, he didn't feel like a guy who wowed you on tape. He was impressive, though, but he isn't a player that wowed you on tape. In his NFL career, he's shown that.
He's also shown moments where you can tell that he has not played the game, at a professional level. So you're seeing kind of the wow factor, but you're also seeing the, you can tell he's, you can tell he is what he is at this point, but you can also see where he can easily improve.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the Browns' only UFAs on the offensive line are Nick Harris, Michael Dunn, and Drew Forbes. I think the Browns are still going to have depth on the offensive line. They might add some depth at offensive tackle, and they could get a left tackle if they move on from Wills. But I think at the very worst, you're going to see the Browns add offensive tackle depth in the draft. I think they're good at center and they're pretty deep at guard. Maybe they'll add some youth at guard because, I mean, Forbes is a UFA and I mean, Michael Dunn, I think, is the backup right guard. So, I mean, that could go either way, but it's wait and see.
Outside of left tackle, I think they're fine. The problem is, it goes back to you're only as strong as your weakest link, and the Browns' weakest link is one of the weakest in the NFL over the last decade. So that's where the offensive line stands. It's like everybody is trying to help out, and you can tell where the help is coming from because those players are suffering. And the majority of the pressure, here's another thing, but I want you to really see that, is that 24 of the pressure that the Browns are giving up is coming from the right side. 16 of those have been given up by Jedrick Wills. Deshaun Watson's being sacked on 25% of his dropbacks, which is on average for the NFL. It's like agents, and every single one of them would be an upgrade over Jedrick Wills.
Okay, I've got the market value for the offensive tackles. You want me to read that really quickly before we get to the defensive line? Jonah Williams, $14.9 million. That is what Jonah Williams, the Bengals right tackle, is going to command on the open market. I would only pay him up to 10 or 11 million personally. I think that's too much. Josh Nijman, the Packers backup right tackle, $3.2 million. Donovan Smith, the Chiefs left tackle, on a 1-year deal. He's expected to make $19.5 million. He's actually had a comeback season with the Chiefs. Yeah, I don't think Donovan Smith's worth that much. Yeah, I don't think either one of us would be comfortable with paying Donovan Smith that much. And then it's get a tackle in the draft if you don't like those options. I mean, you have Tyron Smith, Dallas, Dwan Brown, the Jets. Those guys are getting older, though. Trenton Brown, the Patriots left tackle, free agent. So there's not a lot of enticing options right now. So, you know.
But at the same time, even though there's not a lot, at the same time, not a lot is better than what you have.
The problem is the other tackles on the market are right tackles. Cameron Fleming, right tackle. Illuminor, right tackle. These are guys who do not have the scheme fit to play left tackle. Isaiah Wynn played left tackle with New England, moved to left guard with Miami. He's done better there as a starter. His market value is $15.4 million if you want to give Wynn a second chance at left tackle. So it would cost more to bring him in than it would to get rid of Wills. And you'd have to take cap penalty by cutting Wills. So these are not advantageous options. You see why I'm telling you, Joey, that if the Browns get another tackle, I think it's going to be through the draft, knowing how much they saved with DeJuan Jones and the rookie deal. But yeah.
Yeah, and I do think, though, that they could bring in one of the free agents that they got that are on the record right now for cheap. And use them as a stopgap.
No, they can't, because all the tackles that are good, like Jonah Williams and Donovan Smith, the guys that are actually upgrades over Wills cost more money. So the Browns can't.
I mean people that are free agents right now as we are talking. Those guys.
Okay, let's take a look at the 2023 list. Let's take a look at the 2023 list. Okay, so I'm just looking to see who hasn't. Taylor Lewan, the Titans left tackle, is the top UFA on the market. He has not been signed. Would you rather have him than Wills at this point? Taylor Lewan, Titans left tackle. Eric Fisher, former Chiefs left tackle, is also on the market. Jason Peters did sign with Seattle. I don't know why this spot track has him listed as a UFA. He did sign with Seattle. That is not factually correct. He is off the market because the Chiefs left tackle Charles Cross got injured, so they signed Peters in for a few games at the age of 41. So he's off the market. This is not entirely updated spot track. So just pointing that out, not giving you guys shit. Let's move on to the defensive line for the Browns. We've spent a lot of time talking about the offensive line. I mean, Garrett is going to be back. There's a reason. Garrett is one of your staples. I think he's a lifetime Brown. I don't think there's any second guessing this. Zadarius Smith is under contract for 2 years. He will be a UFA in 2025. I like Zadarius Smith enough to bump him up to $6 or $7 million, but it would be on a 1 to 2 year deal after the season if he keeps playing well. I'm not at the point where I'm ready to pay him 10 or more million a year, but I'm open to bumping him up to 5 to 7 million a year if he keeps playing at the level he is. So that's where I'm at with Zadarius Smith. The Browns, they're going to have Dalvin Tomlinson at defensive tackle. You can tell he's already had a presence in this running game, his relationship with Schwartz. Jordan Elliott, Shelby Harris, and Maurice Hurst are UFAs. You're still going to have Ogbonnia and Alex Wright. It feels like Ika is going to be the other defensive tackle, but the Browns are easing him in. They're developing him this year so that he's ready for that transition. in a year from now. So that's kind of the vibe I get. Defensive tackle could be a position the Browns look at in the second round, too. I think that because they just have Dalvin Tomlinson and Ika right now. Everybody else is a UFA. Harris, Elliott, and Hurst are UFAs after the season. So, I mean, they don't. If you're not confident in Siaka, your third next year, you are going to have to draft somebody. And you're going to have to draft them relatively early. I mean, when I called this defensive tackle class a bull market draft, Ian Cummings of Pro Football Network liked that tweet. That tells me that 2025 could be a good first round at defensive tackle, but it's not as deep as this year. And 2026, there are no defensive tackles currently projected to go in the first round. So when I say the 2024 draft is a bull market at defensive tackle, it's similar to 2023 in that respect. Oh.
Right now, I could see them re-signing Hurst to a 3-year deal. Because Hurst has played really well. But other than that, you know,
Hurst is only making $940,000, so it really wouldn't cost a lot to keep him. You might be able to keep him for anywhere between $1 and $3.4 million, which is what you're currently paying Shelby Harris. If you can get Hurst back in that price range, it's worth exploring on a 2 or 3 year deal. If you can get Hurst in that price range, if you can't, you move on. It's pretty simple. And you get another defensive tackle in the draft.
Shelby Harris is playing really well, but Shelby Harris is also well into his 30s. And I'm not sure how long he's going to play. I think he's got a couple more years in him.
I like these defensive tackles, but I don't think any of them are going to have a market value, Joey, because if Donovan Peoples-Jones doesn't have a market value, I don't think these guys are going to have a market value either. I'm just calling it as it is.
Yeah, I think Harris's age and the defense that he plays in, where he's not getting as many, I think he's playing like 60% of the reps. So, in that, the way that looks, I'm looking at him not having a valuation, not having a market value, I mean. In the same breath, I don't think Hurst will have, because I think he's playing, last number I looked, he's playing 40-something percent of the snaps, 40-something to 50% of the snaps. But how they're rotating these guys, they've got, it's like defensive end and defensive tackle having a meeting. They're just all over the place, which is causing a little bit of confusion for offensive line, but at the same time, when it comes to your point on these free agents, these guys on 1-year deal, their market value is going to crash.
Yeah, I'm looking at the market values for I'm looking at the market values for these defensive tackles, Joey, and here's what I've got. I'm looking at the defensive tackle market values. Chris Jones, $32.2 million. DJ Reader, $15.9 million. Grover Stewart, $13.1 million. Fletcher Cox, his market value is $9 million. If you can get Fletcher Cox for under $10 million, that's a good move. And Sheldon Rankins is projected to make $7.3 million. I think Fletcher Cox's market value is higher than Sheldon Rankins despite his age, but I also think it's under $10 million at this point in Fletcher Cox's career since he's been with the Eagles for 11 years now. So I think you're in agreement with me that Fletcher Cox is probably the best value. Of those five, Chris Jones, $32.2 million, Reader, $15.9, Grover Stewart, $13.1, Fletcher Cox, $9 million, and Sheldon Rankins, $7.3 million. I think we're in agreement of those five defensive tackles. Fletcher Cox is the best value of those four at $9 million. Best value of those five at $9 million. At $9 million, that's the best value signing.
When it comes to Cox, we thought he was the one that would be more likely to lead Eagles this year. The Eagles told their Winston
Are you going to tell our audience that Howie Roseman is related to Merlin the Wizard? Because I'm beginning to wonder if he is.
At this point, you might as well, because we were saying we was only going to be able to resign one defensive tackle. Who's it going to be? Hey, how much is it going to be? Well, he re-signed both of them.
No, he didn't re-sign both of them. Hargrave left. Von Hargrave left and went to San Francisco, but Cox returned.
Yeah, he didn't get Hargrave, but he got the other Cox and the third one. I forget who that was. So he didn't re-sign Hargrave's backup, who was also a free agent, I believe. And then he re-signed, I think he re-signed either one of his starting cornerbacks or starting safety as well.
No, the player he re-signed, I believe, is Brandon Graham, the defensive end. Brandon Graham's a defensive lineman, but he's an edge rusher. So that's who you mixed him up with. But it's all right. There's some other defensive tackles. Javon Kinlaw, Christian Wilkins, Taven Bryan. I will quickly look at their market values. Wilkins, $19.4 million. Hard pass. I would rather have Fletcher Cox at $9 million. Kinlaw, $5.4 million. I could see the Browns gambling on Kinlaw if Cox doesn't want to come to Cleveland. And then Taven Bryan, $6.6 million. The Browns did gamble on Bryan once. It did not end well. So I'm just looking at the defensive tackle market. I think the Browns are going to try to get somebody in the draft, but if they cannot get a stopgap, if they cannot get Fletcher Cox for $9 million or Kinlaw for $5.4 million, I think they will get their starting defensive tackle in the draft. I think plan A is going to be Cox, plan B is going to be Kinlaw, and then plan C is going to be get someone in the draft.
Honestly, I think if things keep going well, I think plan A will be Cox. He's already on the roster because he's been playing really well. Plan B will be Cox. C will be Kinlaw. But I also think that they're going to draft a defensive tackle regardless to pair with Yakuza because they know Tomlinson is only going to be here for a couple of years. And they're going to use two guys.
And here are some defensive tackles who did not get mentioned in terms of their market value, Joey, who should have. Greg Gaines, no market value. No market value for Shelby Harris. No market value for Andrew Billings. I think Billings, the way he played on Thursday night, I think he earned a market value. So Spot Track, please give Mr. Billings a market value. He's earned it, in my opinion. I'm not saying he's
Billings has never been spectacular, but he's always been really good. So him not having a market value at any point is just baffling to me. You would think that he would have a
because Taven Bryan's the backup defensive tackle in the Colts. Buckner and Grover Stewart are the starters. Taven Bryan's the backup defensive tackle. He has a market value. And I think Joey would agree with me on this, that Billing is more deserving of a market value than Taven Bryan at this point.
Yeah, Taven Bryan, I saw him with the Jags.
And the Browns?
I saw him with the Browns. He sucked. And how does he have a market value over somebody who's been consistently good like Billing?
And his market value is $6.6 million. I would rather pay Billing $6.6 million than Bryan $6.6 million. If Bryan wanted half that, okay, that's a different conversation. But at this point, looking at the market, I think we're in agreement on that. Billings is worth more than. And then there's some other guys like Jonathan Hankins with Dallas, Hurst with the Browns.
Nothing more. Okay? He gets pushed around too easy in the run game, and he doesn't give you anything consistent. Then put him in, when he can rush the passer, take him back out, be happy to pick the guy, give him 2 million a year, tell him to shut up, sit down, and contribute in your call attack.
I thought Zadarius Smith was a 2025 free agent. This says he's a 2024 free agent. Okay, I'm kind of confused.
I think he had this was 2 years left on his deal. I think this was one, and next year 2. So at the end of the 2024 season, I think he would be.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I see on Spot Track, but I looked up the 2024 free agents, and Zadarius Smith came up as a UFA, even though his Spot Track contract clearly states he has 2 more years on his current deal.
Well, here's the thing. If Myles Garrett says he wants Zadarius back, guess who's going to get paid at you? Because if Myles Garrett says Myles Garrett, it's going to be Myles Garrett.
Well,
He's Myles Garrett, and outside of TJ Watt, what better defensive end is there in the NFL?
I'm about to pull up the Browns linebackers, Joey. The only player with a market value on the Browns on Spot Track is Anthony Walker Jr., who comes in at $4.4 million. So that's it. That's the only linebacker with the market value. Taki.
Here's something that a lot of people don't know. Chris, before you get started, I think this is relevant. They've been talking about the improvement of a lot of the Browns linebackers. During the offseason, the Browns hired Paul Jackson, former All-Pro middle linebacker for both the Browns and the Colts. He led the NFL in tackles on many occasions. At the time, he was a contributor to the Ultimate Foodie Sports Show, and he would break down linebackers and how those linebackers would play and how to do. And something a lot of people don't realize is the Browns had people watching that show because there are so many contributors, former players, former coaches, and such. They hired the crowd to work with those linebackers, but they didn't tell anybody about it except for people at the Ultimate Foodie Sports Show. Obviously, they had to because come on anymore. And they let the cat out of the bag, but they said they were not allowed to say what position they hired for. So Nicole Jackson, as far as we know, was hired as a contributor to coach the Browns linebackers. So when it comes to the improved play of the Browns linebackers, I love Chris Tabor. I have for years. I've talked about him fondly on this podcast several times. Not only with the Browns, but in his previous posting. As a linebacker coach, I think he's one of the best in the NFL. You add Nicole Jackson to that, even though I don't know what his actual position is, that may, because of how good Nicole Jackson was as a tackler and how good he was at point of attack, that may contribute as much, if not more, to the improvement of the Browns linebacking core than anything. I just wish we knew exactly what he was hired for, what position he was hired to, but for some reason the Browns are keeping that confidential. But that was something I think people need to understand before we took a deep dive into the Browns linebacker.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, DeQuell Jackson was great in his career with the Browns when he was there. I'm just looking at Anthony Walker Jr. I think with $4.4 million, that's worth it to bring him back. I know there's other linebackers you can get in the draft, but the thing is, this draft is so deep at quarterback, offensive tackle, edge rusher, and receiver that the linebackers, the defensive tackles outside of Jerzon Newton, the linebackers, the tight ends not named Brock Bowers, even though they might have first-round tape, they're going to get pushed down to the second round due to the strength and surplus of options at quarterback and receiver this year. It's just going to have a domino effect on those positions. It just is. I don't like it either, but that's just the reality.
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree, but I want to take a second to give a shout out, because I know we don't do that much. Usually when it comes to strength and conditioning teams, the only time they're mentioned is when things are going seriously wrong, and we feel these guys need to.
I think Taki could come back, but it has to be for less than what Walker gets paid, and it's got to be on a team-friendly deal. Otherwise, I don't think they would bring him back. I think they'd just get somebody else.
little bit of credit to the Browns' strength and conditioning team.
Some free agents.
Talkie were supposed to be out for the beginning of the season for a couple weeks after because of their injuries. That strength and conditioning team had them ready to go week 1. So I got to give credit where credit's due. We're not going to bash the Browns' strength and conditioning team for this week. Next week might be a different story. But
Yeah.
this week, we're gonna play them a little bit.
Yeah.
Great job right there.
Devin White, $20.9 million. Josh Allen, the Jaguars, $21.9 million. Isaiah Simmons, $14.9 million. 7.3 for Josie Jewell. Rashawn Gary's market value is. I'm just curious what Gary's market value is. $26 million. After what the Packers did against the Lions, $26 million. You sure that's not a typo? $4.3 million for Kenneth Murray, the Chargers linebacker. That is a bargain. No. I'm in agreement. A lot of the guys that are being listed are getting overpaid at certain positions. I'm in complete agreement with you. Like, the market value for some of the stars is way too high. Way too high. It's not slightly high. It's way too freaking high.
And here's the thing. This is what we had next. What did the Browns do? They took guys, checker college hat, turned it around after he met his wife, when his wife told him, unless you person, she wasn't his wife then, but said, you want to date me, you're going to have to girlfriend around me.
So the only linebackers on the market that are cheaper than Anthony Walker Jr. are Kenneth Murray, the Chargers 2020 first-round pick, who did not get a fifth-year tender, only has a market value of $4 million at this point. And the other guy, I would argue his ceiling's higher, but he hasn't been as consistent as Walker has in the NFL. And the other guy that's cheaper is Drew Tranquill. Drew Tranquill, he was a good complimentary linebacker to Murray on the Chargers last year, but he's now the backup to Nick Bolton. He started 2 games in relief of Bolton when Bolton was injured. He's worth $4 million. So
I don't think he's good as
I don't.
he's good as Talkie Walker.
So
And here's the thing. When you're talking about those two guys, Walker is probably one of the smartest linebackers in the NFL. He is one of the best leaders in the NFL from an inside linebacker position. We knew this when he was in Indianapolis. That was his big calling card, that he would have everybody in the perfect spot where they needed to be, and everybody was going to be making plays simply because they were where they were supposed to be offensively, and everything was going to happen. Everything that defense was going to be coached from a fundamental standpoint. And we saw last year what happened when Walker went down from the Browns, the whole thing just disintegrated. Because Walker had that type of effect. You saw it when it happened in Indianapolis, when he went down in Indianapolis. The whole thing disintegrated because Walker had that type of effect.
okay.
One of the best moments.
I've got a good one for you, Joey. I found an outside linebacker for under $4 million in terms of market value. Nicholas Morrow, the Eagles. I was not high on Morrow, but he did have a heck of a game on in week 3 against the Buccaneers. I think he had the forced fumble against Baker Mayfield on Monday Night Football. So $3.8 million is Nicholas Morrow's market value. So Morrow or Talkie in that Sam linebacker role. That's tough, Joey. That's a tough one.
It is, because I think Morrow has a lot of upside. I think he's a pretty good player. I don't think he's reached what he can be. I think Talkie is out of position, and I think he's done really well. Because when he played the middle last year when Walker went out, before he got injured, he was playing incredibly well as on the inside. So I think he's out of position, but he's done really well for being out of position. For Morrow, I think in position, but has more upside with that position. So I think I'm not sure which one I would take in that situation because you got a guy that can play two positions really well.
Well, if you tell Talkie you'll bring him back for 1.8 or 1.9 million, but not 2 million, that's your leverage, Andrew Berry, because you can leverage that in your favor with Nicholas Morrow. You can actually use that as leverage to get Taki back on a cheaper deal if you're Andrew Berry.
Yeah.
So
But that's a tough call. I love Taki. I love what he's been able to do. I love how he turned his life around from the kind of thug-like mentality when he first got TCU to a really good guy, a really nice, solid player, somebody who can do anything that is asked of you on the football field. And he's solid all the way through. You know what you're going to get. You know you're going to get a solid tackler. You know you're going to get an athletic guy. You know you're going to get somebody who can do anything in the linebacker position, but doesn't have that upside. So with Morrow, you've got a guy may not be into the level of Coffee as versatility goes, but he's got a lot more upside than Coffee. So looking at it from that perspective, it is a tough call because you're looking at two different types of linebackers and different stages of their career.
Yep.
So, and in a way, in different stages of their life. So it is a tough call. You're right. It's because you could go either way. I could say either one would be a bad signing, but it makes it turn into a financial situation.
Yeah. Denzel Ward, Greg Newsome, Martin Emerson are your top three corners. You do have Cameron Mitchell. I was initially going to say yes to giving Greg Newsome a fifth-year tender because I love what he did as a rookie, and he still played well as a sophomore after missing time with injuries. But at the same time, now I'm leaning towards no to giving Newsome a fifth-year tender, Joey, because Emerson stepped up, showed he can play that number 2 corner role if Newsome's out in both 2022 and 2023. And Cameron Mitchell did well in limited action this season too. So for me, I'm leaning towards no, not using the fifth-year tender on Newsome because you're already paying Denzel Ward over $20 million. And if you give Newsome that fifth-year tender, you're committing $14 million to him. If he bounces back and really improves after the bye week, I'll change my stance on that. But right now, I'm leaning past on giving Newsome the fifth-year tender. It's a tough call. It's not an easy decision. Here's the thing. Cameron Mitchell's only making $1,114,000 in 2025 when you'd have to fifth-year tender Newsome. So you can get. That's why I'm leaning towards no. Even Newsome entered 2022 as the boundary corner. It feels like Emerson's taken the cornerback 2 job from Newsome and forced him into the nickel spot now. Okay, because I keep typing that Newsome's the number 2 corner in my predictions pages on Draftutopia when copying pasting things. I need to update that. I'm making a mental note right now to update that next week after consulting with you. So yeah, there's that. When I say come on, man, I'm not saying it at Joey. I'm saying it at Spot Track because Spot Track gave Antoine Winfield Jr. a market value, but they didn't give Delpit a market value. Now, I'll admit, Antoine Winfield, he was my player of the game twice in the first 4 weeks. He's outplayed Delpit this year. But at the same token, I would argue Delpit is deserving of a market value. Not as much as Winfield, but I would argue he's deserving of it. He's put it together his best season with the Browns. And I'm not questioning you or the Browns because he's my number one safety. Thornhill was Winfield was your number one safety. Winfield out of Minnesota was your number one safety. Delpit was mine. I'm not questioning Delpit's level of play. I've seen him make some good plays. I'm questioning Spotrac's thought process in not listing a market value for him.
That's the thing. Why would you not list the market value for arguably?
And they don't have a market value for Kyle Duggar of the Patriots either. They don't have a market value for Xavier McKinney, the Giants' second-round pick, who got drafted ahead of both Duggar, Winfield, and Delpit. So of the 2020 safeties, they don't have a market value for Jeremy Chin. So the only 2020 safety with a market value is Antoine Winfield Jr. The other safeties from the 2020 draft do not have market values, Joey. As surprising as that sounds, I was pretty surprised to find that out, just going through the safeties on Spotrac. I think the other part of it is this is the deepest safety draft since 2020. The 2024 safety draft is the deepest safety draft since 2020 with as many as 4 safeties in the top 50. But the problem is none of them are going to go in the first round because there's too many other skill positions that are stacked. So the safeties get downplayed. And I think Cameron Kitchens of Miami could sneak into the first round. I do. But like outside of him and Mukabu, I don't see a guy who's going to go in the first round. I really like what Cole Bishop's done at Utah. I like what Tyler Nubin's done at Minnesota. But at the same token, there's not that player that's a guaranteed first-round pick at safety this year. And I think teams are looking at Winfield and saying, we'll pay him. He's been a player of the game in week 1 and week 4 for Tampa. We'll pay him what he wants. The other safeties still got to prove themselves. They still got to jump through hoops for us, and we're going to leverage the contracts. I think that's what the GMs are saying with these safeties.
I want people to realize something. Greg Delpit had a devastating injury that cost him his rookie year. Came back. Wasn't back yet. Was not the player that he college. 7 years. Something better. So wasn't really the guy. He is still coming back from a devastating leg injury. He don't come back from those. Just out of the blue. This year, the first year, he has actually been healthy since junior year of college. So, is what everyone saw when Delpit marched on the team as a junior and just looked the world on fire.
I'll give Delpit $7.5 million for 3 years, but I'm not giving him anything more than that because of his injury history. But if he wants $7 to $7.5 million, I'll give him that. If he doesn't, then I'm probably going to move on. Well, here's the other thing. Juan Thornhill is... Here's the thing. Juan Thornhill's only making... Here's the thing. Juan Thornhill's only making 2.2, 3.7, and 5.6 million over the next 3 years. Do you think Delpit's worth more or less than what you're currently paying Thornhill? That's the other part of this.
That's an interesting thing because I would think Thornhill would have made more, but
same.
Thornhill wanted to come to Cleveland. So I'm wondering if Thornhill may have taken a team-friendly deal simply because he wanted to be here. And that may skew the thought process of comparing contracts. Because when people take team-friendly deals, it's a little tough to run the market value on them comparing other players.
I think Delpit's under 10 million, but I also think he's above 5 million. But is he right where Thornhill's at? Is he above where Thornhill's at? Because right now, Delpit's making more on the final year of his rookie deal than Thornhill is during his first season with the Browns. So that's the thing.
Well, if you take overall production just from opinion, I would say he's worth more. Thornhill was brought in to get turnovers because he's a pure
Zone coverage safety.
He was brought in to play that middle of the field. But, yeah. So, he hasn't. Now, you could argue the Browns have not exactly been, allowing a lot of room to get turnovers. And that's a fair criticism, or maybe not criticism, but that's a fair analysis of it. The Browns defense outside that one game are the worst. So you could argue that it's not him.
Yeah.
The fact that the Browns defense just played the way that had not been.
And the other free agents besides Delpit, because we are going to get to the Chargers pretty soon. The other free agents besides Delpit are Michael Ford, Rodney McLeod, the corner and free safety for depth, and the punter Corey Bjorquez. Do you think any of those three warrant extensions really quickly before we get to the Chargers?
Bjorquez, the punter?
Yeah.
He's had an inconsistent year this year, but the last couple of years, he has been really good if he was good with Packers. So I would say he is probably worthy of an extension. The others, they're just cute.
Well, here are the other punters on the market. Rodrigo Berto Sanchez, Cameron Johnston, Tommy Townsend of the Chiefs, Bajorquez, Morstead of the Jets, and Jake Bailey of the Dolphins. I would argue Townsend's the only punter outside of Bajorquez that would warrant more money. And you wouldn't get rid of Bajorquez unless Townsend wanted to come to the Browns. That's really the thing.
I can definitely get behind that. And all that being said, it's mock draft time.
We'll get to mock draft time after we get through these next three teams, but I'll try to make these next three teams quicker. Chargers are next. We got a Charger, Joey. Are you ready to Charger? Are you ready to Charger, Joey?
No.
Joey's turned the catchphrase chargering into a... Joey's turned the word chargering into a verb. It went from being a noun to a verb. Could argue it's an adverb because it's an annoying verb. It's not like a fun verb. It's an annoying verb. So you could argue it's an adverb in that sense. So...
Let's say that, charging, if it was in the dictionary, it'd be like failure on a massive level anytime you don't need to fail. Or something along those lines. It's like I haven't really thought it out, word for word, but it's like failing in big moments time and time again.
Okay, I'm going to pull up the team contracts, the team free agents for the Chargers in 2024 on SpotTrack to save us some time on my smartphone. Okay, so there are Austin Eckler as a market value. Josh Kelly doesn't have a market value, but both Eckler and Kelly are UFAs. The Chargers might bring back Kelly if he's willing to take a cheaper team-friendly deal. The thing is, he hasn't dominated like Eckler has. He's been good, but he hasn't dominated like Eckler has in relief of Eckler. So that's the thing with the Chargers. Chargers could let both running backs walk and take another guy in the draft, but Eckler's market value is $8 million. It was at $8.8 million before the week 1 injury. It's dropped to $8 million since then. And Kelly does not have a market value listed. He has not done well enough in relief of Eckler to be a market value. Now, the Chargers are $48 million over the cap.
Kelly has been wildly inconsistent. Yeah, Kelly has been wildly inconsistent. He'll take one really good game, then follow it up with a game that says, why isn't this guy a third or fourth string running back? He'll follow it up with a decent game, then have another. Yeah, he's not been consistent on any level. And I think that's what I get from Kelly. It's like if he was consistent.
I love Kelly coming out of UCLA, but this is your window of opportunity to assert yourself as a starter in the league with Eckler out, and you really haven't seized the job, You really haven't shown me shit. I mean, Michael Turner was a backup to LT, and even he showed me more than Kelly didn't. And Kelly's in a similar situation that Turner was in with the Chargers, and he hasn't really seized the moment like Turner did, which is why I just don't think he gets re-signed. I think Eckler might, but it would be $8 million, not $1 more. I don't think that Eckler's not willing to take $8 million. They're going to let him walk.
And Turner turned it into a highly productive career. He was a really good running back for a good number of years.
Yeah, with the Falcons.
So being a backup like that and seizing the opportunity, I mean, it can't happen. It can't happen again. But he just isn't doing it. He's making it seem more like Johnson than Turner, where Johnson got the chance to do it, and he was inconsistent at best, mediocre at worst. And then he got a chance with the Texans for some odd reason, and he was average to below average. So you're looking at a guy here with the Chargers and Kelly who has the potential to be more, but so far he has not realized that.
Yep.
And that's a shame, but he's going to have to step it up.
Yeah, Easton Stick is the Chargers' backup. He will probably re-sign a team-friendly deal. The reason I haven't mentioned Easton Stick is because he was drafted by the Chargers out of North Dakota State before Herbert got there. He's been a backup he's been a third stringer or backup his entire career, and he was able to beat out Max Duggan for the backup quarterback job in training camp. So I think the Chargers will either bring him back or they'll promote Duggan to the backup role. It just depends. I think they'll give Duggan another year to compete with Easton. They'll bring Easton back, but it'll be for less money, and they'll give him another year to compete with Duggan for the backup job. And if Duggan struggles again, they'll keep him on the practice squad. I just think that's the thought process with the Chargers' backup QB situation. You know, Herbert's the man, but what's going to happen at backup QB? I think Stick will probably re-sign on a team-friendly deal, but he'll be competing. He will be competing with Max Duggan once again in training camp. Isaiah Spiller's also on this team. But yeah.
I think this is a thing that you need to look at as well when evaluating quarterbacks at this point. If they come from BYU or Washington, they should not be drafted any higher than round 5.
Well, Max Duggan went to Texas Christian. He went to TCU. He went to TCU. He did not go to BYU. He went to TCU.
I'm sorry. TCU. I'm sorry. That was my bad. Wrong. I meant TCU. TCU quarterback.
You got the BYU quarterback, Jaron Hall, mixed up with Max Duggan, okay? That's what happened. You got Jaron Hall, the BYU QB, mixed up with Max Duggan, the TCU quarterback. It happens.
What I did was got the initials wrong. I mixed up BYU and TCU. That was completely my bad.
All right.
3-letter word or 3-letter acronym. That was my bad.
There's three players. Yeah. There's 3 players the Chargers can buy out to save cap space. Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, and Khalil Mack. I was considering Mack initially because he'd save $24 million against the cap, and you're $48 million over the cap. But after a 6-sack game against the Raiders, I'm not sure I want to take that stance just yet. And I am going to click on the receivers. Khalil Mack had 6 sacks against the Raiders last week, Joey. I'm not sure I want to buy him out, even though it saves $24 million. I mean, that.
If he can still go like that, no buying that out.
Yeah, we're not buying that out if he's because the sacks change things. Oh boy, here Mike Williams would save $20 million against the cap if the Chargers cut Mike Williams because he has a cap hit of $32.46 million, but he also has a dead cap of $12.46. So if you cut Mike Williams, you save $20 million in cap space, and Williams has had 2 consecutive season-ending injuries. So I don't like doing that.
I love Mike Williams. I love Williams. But no receiver, I don't care. I can stretch it for 10 bucks simply because the market for receivers is so high.
Right now, the Chargers have to pay Keenan Allen $34 million in 20. Yeah, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams are expected to make a $67 million combined. Williams is making 32.4 next year. Allen's making 34.7 in 2024. They're both.
Okay.
You got to buy out one of them if you want to keep Mac. That's all I'm getting at. I'm not.
Just to set me straight. Why aren't we making a big deal about the Browns cat hit for receivers? Because you look at the Chargers, 4 or 5 guys. Look at Chargers, 2 guys, almost half your salary cap. What's the rest of them? Going to the quarterback? How do they feel it's insane?
Yeah, I'm looking at Keenan Allen to see what the buyout on his contract is. Okay, so with the Chargers, it would be $23.1 million. So if you buy out Allen, you save $23.1 million. If you buy out Khalil Mack, you save $24 million. You buy out Mike Williams, you save $20 million. And you're $48 million over the cap. So if you bought out those 3 contracts and rebuilt your team through the draft, you could theoretically agency, but you'd have to buy all 3 of those guys out. I wouldn't buy out all 3 of those guys personally, but I think you are going to have to buy out 2 of those 3. And I think Williams, as much as I like Williams, I think the fact that he's been injured the last 2 years.
Let's look at what it is as a whole. They're looking at $28 million plus. What is the cap hit for several others? You know they're going to.
Because right now the Chargers are at negative $48 million. The Chargers are at negative $48 million for the 2024 NFL season. So cutting Mack reduces that to negative $24 million. And then you cut another receiver, Allen or Williams, you're still in the negative. You'd have to cut all 3 of those players together. And honestly, I'm not sure I would cut all 3 of those players at this point.
But here's the thought. My thought is, what are the escalators in some of the contracts of the guys that you're not going to cut? If you cut all 3 of them, you're still not counting the escalator contract bonuses and stuff. To 60 million. So it's staggering how
The escalators. Mike Williams saves you $20 million. Keenan Allen saves you $23.1 million. And Khalil Mack saves you $24 million. And the Chargers are $48 million over the cap. So if you cut all 3 of those guys, you will get under the cap. Now, you may not be exactly 10 or 20 million under the cap, but you will be under the cap, even if it's only 4 or 5 million after all the bonuses that you took into account. You'll still be under the cap, even with the bonuses, Joey. I've crunched the numbers.
You also have to look at how much they're going to need next year for rookies.
Yeah, that's true.
They do have a first round pick, I can believe.
Yeah, and we will get to that when we get to the simulator later today. I'm clicking on Corey Linsley. Corey Linsley, the Chargers center, he's had a non-related health illness. The Chargers can cut him and save $8.9 million. And as much as I like keeping Linsley around, you're better off getting another center in the draft and reloading on a rookie deal, because If you want to keep one of those 3-star players, you're going to have to cut Lindsley. That's just the bottom line. If you want to keep Mack or Keenan Allen because of their consistency, you're going to have to cut Lindsley. You just are. Because he's already missing time due to non-football related injuries, and it's like a health problem or something. So you're going to have to cut him if you don't want to cut all 3 of those players. That's just the reality, Joey. Because Khalil Mack's a 2025 free agent, and Joey Bosa's a 2026 free agent. So if you want to extend Bosa, you are going to have to cut Mack. That's just the reality.
Yeah. I just like, how, even being 28 million, how are the Chargers able to feel the heat? This is just, the more you read off these salaries, I'm like,
because the Browns are at negative $46 million, but Andrew Berry can just restructure contracts. It's not the same with Tom Telesco. He actually has to buy out certain players to get under the cap next year.
yeah, it's like, there's one thing to be in a position where you can restructure, but another thing just be so far deep in over your head that you can't even restructure the damn things to get under. I mean,
now this was before the J.C. Jackson trade to the Patriots. I think the cap has adjusted since then. I'll double check the Chargers salary cap because this was before J.C. Jackson got traded to the Patriots this week. So
okay, and also, I know we're talking a lot about the insanity of it, but remember, next year is when the real escalator of the cap comes in because of the Amazon deal. But for Thursday Night Football, the cap is going to go up. I forget how much, but it's a bit, and that's something that we haven't discussed a lot when it comes to different things. So just keep that in mind.
okay, so trading J.C. Jackson reduced the Chargers cap hit from negative 48 to negative 42 million. And you paid him like 10, 15 million a year for 5 years. So you trade him to the Patriots, that gets your cap number down to negative 42 million. So that's a start. You may only have to cut 2 of these 3 guys. That you only have to cut 2 of your 3 stars to get under the cap now. But you have to cut all 3 if you want to be aggressive in free agency.
They are making headway, though. But, Chris, I know you probably looked into it more than I have. What is I know they haven't announced it yet officially, but what have you been hearing about the escalator for the salary cap number?
I haven't heard anything about it, Joey. I haven't heard anything about it. Now, Trey Pipkins is... No, I'm going to click on Trey Pipkins because I think he's overpaid. He's going to be making $8.7 million next year. Oh, the Chargers extended him. Chargers gave him a 2-year extension, a 3-year extension, actually, because he was supposed to be a free agent this year. They gave him a 3-year extension, and they can't buy him out until 2025, where they would save him $7 million against the cap. Pipkins was struggling against the Rams' second team in the preseason, guys. That's not a player you should be paying more than $3 million a year. You're making $3.7 million this year, $8.7 next year. That's not a guy you pay $8.7 to. And you can't get out of the contract till 2025, which kind of sucks. But,
it's like we're hitting on the Browns giving Jedrick Wills a fifth-year option, but at least Jedrick Wills was the first-round pick. Some of these guys that the Chargers are giving extensions to pay all 22. It's like, why?
Trey Pipkins was a 2019 third-round pick out of Sioux Falls. I was not high on him as a prospect. I thought he was a backup.
It's like when you attack guys like, okay, not a bad player, let's move on. I mean, there was nothing to him. It's got to be like, okay, he gets still up.
Plays well through his rookie deal, and you give him a 3-year extension. Charging. That's Charging 101, kids. I don't know why, but...
It's like they have charged the cap in ways that I never thought possible. They have charged the salary cap.
And Rashawn Slater's a player who's probably going to get a fifth-year tender after this year. You're going to have to give Rashawn Slater a fifth-year tender, but that will not affect the Chargers' cap in 2024. It will affect their cap in 2025, though. But I think Lindsley is a player. Yeah. If you can extend him now, you might be able to create more cap space by extending him. You might actually be able to get, but I don't know if you can extend him until you get out of the cap. That's the thing. Like Sebastian, $1 million next year. He's making $9 million this year, $10 million next year. That is a player I'm already looking at as a buyout. And you're wondering why this is taking forever. It's like, yeah, we got to actually look at some of these contracts. The Chargers are $48 million over the cap. You actually have to go through some of these contracts and go into foot up your ass mode, because Tom Telesco has done so badly with the Chargers salary cap that I'm about as.
You want me to get into salary cap rumors? You want me to say something I've heard in passing?
It's logistics on it, because if you have logistics on it, let's put that off for now. Joseph Day saves $7.5 million. All right, Sebastian Joseph Day, I appreciate what you did with the Rams with Aaron Donald, but you're making $10 million next year, and if I cut you, I save $7.5 million against the cap. Bye-bye, Sebastian Joseph. Best of luck elsewhere. I hate to do it, Joey, but you want to keep your stars, you have to sacrifice Sebastian J. Joseph. You have to sacrifice Corey Lindsley. You have to sacrifice these guys to get under the cap. That's the nature of this business.
Yeah, because they, and that, same thing. We said about the Browns, same thing. And that's why we're going over the free agent, because these teams are over the cap, and they're going to have.
Eric Kendricks. Eric Kendricks might get bought out next year, too. Ooh, Eric Kendricks only. Yeah, Eric Kendricks would save $6.5 million. Yeah. Kendricks has already missed a few games with injuries this year. So if the Chargers made that contract team friendly, you can buy him out, and that gets you up to $6.5 million. So, yeah, the 8.9 plus the $7.5 million, that gets you up to $16.3 million, and then you add another $6.5 million to that. That's $22.8 million. You buy out Khalil Mack and you buy out those four players. You can keep Mike Williams and Keenan Allen, or you can keep Khalil Mack and buy out one of the receivers. So there you go. You buy out Corey Lindsley. That's a good chunk of your team, though, and it's not going to be. Yeah, you're gonna have to buy out your center, your 34 right end, your and your middle linebacker, and one of your star players. So you can keep two of your three stars, but you have to sacrifice a lot of core starters to make that happen. I just don't know if it's worth it.
And here's the thing. Here's what I'm getting to. You have guys like Danbury and High Road. When you look at cap, it's such and this is no way, it's really straightforward what you have to do. Then you have this. What the hell is this? You have to release, you have to restructure, you have to buy out. And you're not using the cap well. I mean, you have these guys that are great with the cap, great with the number.
Telesco's always been great at reloading in the draft. Now, Telesco is one of the best drafters in the NFL. I'll give him that. But he is not good with salary cap management. I can already tell.
He is John Dorsey bad when it comes to cap. We all know how I talk about John Dorsey.
How to...
Great talent evaluator. Ray Ortwood could not manage the cap for the save his life when he was with the
If you made a book called How to Go Over the Salary Cap for Dummies, we could cite every move the Chargers have made as an example. If we wrote a book called how to go over the NFL salary cap for dummies, and we actually got the license from the 4 Dummies people, I would basically take every contract here at the Chargers and just list that. I mean, Gerald.
I would have 2 pictures on the inside. The Chargers GM and the other John Corby, and I would have red X's through them. You're not in.
Yeah.
Whatever they have done, you do the opposite.
Exactly.
Because this is a horrific. I look at teams with good salary caps. No matter what you say about the team, or what you think about them, the Chiefs, the Browns, the Eagles, these teams have done wonders with salary caps, even if they're over. Then you look at the Chargers, it's like, what do they need to do to get under? It's like, I could see you sitting there with a sticker board, putting little cords.
Cut a center, cut your 34 right end, cut your middle linebacker, and cut one of your 3 stars. That's how you get under the cap if you only want to cut one of your 3 stars. Or you can cut all 3 stars. You'd have to cut all. You'd have to cut all 3 of your. If you cut all 3 of your stars and the 4 guys I mentioned, Lindsley, Sebastian Joseph Day, Eric Kendricks, if you cut those players, I think you can get up to enough money where you can be a little bit aggressive in free agency. But the Chargers are going to have to be very conservative in free agency now because they're at the point where they're trying to retain their talent through the draft rather than having all these good players on rookie deals.
At least with the Rams, we knew they were going all in for a Super Bowl. And that's why they were. That's why they didn't have any draft picks. We knew. With the Chargers, what are they doing? Because to make all these moves, this is like you're playing chess. You should be playing checkers with the Cavs. You think you're playing a game of the shark from Star Wars. What are you thinking? This is ridiculous. That you have to think this hard. Hey, how do I get under the cap? Okay. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this and this. It's like, no, why?
There's a team with 20. Yeah, the next team we're going to mention is under a few years, Joey, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is a team that they've gotten good players in the draft, but because of the Tom Brady retiring, the buyout is going to be over. They have only $230,000 in dead money for next year. The Buccaneers. That's it. They have $22 million in cap space. That's it. They have $22 million to spend for next year. So they went from being -40, -50 million with Tom Brady retiring to being $22 million under the cap for next season.
Here's the thing. They will have the best position in football quality that play. Why do I say this? Because Baker Mayfield is playing the best ball he has in his rookie year. They could re-sign him, and he would only garner what? $8 million? $10 million? They would have a quarterback for 2 or 3 years on $10 million. Okay?
Yeah, we owe it to Baker Mayfield to click his market value at this point. And no, Spot Track does not have a market value for Baker Mayfield. Come on, man. I get it with the other positions, but Baker's been fantastic. This is inexcusable. Yeah, I'll go with $8 million. I like that number. I like the $8 million market value for Baker Mayfield. I do want to look at the quarterback market values really quickly on Spot Track just to get a better feel for what we have here. Because I want to look at the market value for
I think something Baker Mayfield said was really important in one of his interviews earlier this year. He said, outside of Todd McShay, goddamn, I am really, it's not even that hot, that game 50 to me. Out of Sean McVay first time in his career where he's just been allowed to play football, where somebody hasn't tried to change him or make him conform to something else. This is the first time they've actually just let him play like they did at Oklahoma. So that was telling me that all these other coaches were trying to get him to stick and just not allowing him to get.
So Kirk Cousins has a market value of $45.2 million. And there's even rumors that Jefferson won't re-sign unless Cousins comes back. And if Cousins leaves, Jefferson might leave the Vikings to go play with Cousins when his rookie deal is up. That's a rumor right now.
Wow, that would be an absolutely insane way to hold up a team for a player. Give a guy, it's like, you give this guy $45 million, or I'm leaving too. For a guy who is a declining, middle-of-the-road quarterback. I love Kirk since he was in college.
I would make Justin Jefferson the highest paid receiver in the league, but I'm not paying Kirk Cousins $45 million a year. You know what the market value for Ryan Tannehill is? $35.6 million. I am not making this up, Joey. He's worth half that at best. Ryan Tannehill is worth half of that at best. $35.6 million is what it's going to cost to get Tannehill.
I love Tannehill out there. Quarter of Tannehill out there. Quarter of Cousins. I love these guys. They're declining. They're in their 30s. They're starting to go down.
And
48 million. No, just stop it.
And they don't have a market value for any other quarterbacks. There's no market value for Baker Mayfield, no market value for Drew Lock, no market value for Mariota, Darnold, Jacoby Brissett. No market value for those guys. No market value for Gardner Minshew, even though he beat the Ravens. No market value for Dobbs. What is going on here, guys? Okay, you're not going to give those guys market values, but you're going to tell us to pay out the ass for Cousins and Tannehill. Stop. It's at the point where Joey and I have to give you an intervention. If Joey and I have to give you your website intervention, you know you're doing a terrible job, because Joey and I hate giving other competing websites interventions. I have to give SpotTrack an intervention if they're only going to give Cousins and Tannehill market values and just dismiss everybody else, because Dobbs and Baker have done enough to earn a market value, at least an estimate of what they're worth.
And here's the thing. I know this was, I was watching, I just ran across this clip. I decided to click on this morning about short that a Tommy guy did. And they were talking about best quarterbacks or something like that. I don't even remember what the subject was. Somebody playing Josh Dobbs came up, and they said, you beat the Cowboys. And he's like, and this is what stuck to me. That
I think he wanted to buy a jersey for his family member. Yeah, Dobbs wanted to buy a jersey for his family, and the Cardinals did not have a Josh Dobbs jersey on their team website. It got to the point where they had to apologize and personally hand Dobbs a jersey. Should never get to that point with your starting quarterback.
Let's put it this way. When somebody says, even a comic sketch about a player, Josh Dobbs is their backup. This is his one shot. Okay, this is his one shot. They say, when you're a corner animal that has nothing to lose, and he goes out and he has done nothing but really good this year. I'm not going to say great, because he hasn't been great, but then too, would he have been great if he had some semblance of an offense? Maybe, I don't know. But he's been really good for a really bad team. And they beat the Cowboys. So if you are that good animal, you're playing really good, shouldn't you get a market valuation? Shouldn't you have something out there to say, to reflect how well?
I love going through these contracts on SpotTrack, Joey, but this is unacceptable. If Cousins and Tannehill are the only quarterbacks with market values at this point, we have to give this company an intervention. We have to. Our hands are fucking tied.
This is really ridiculous with some of these diverse quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield has been
I will take Baker Mayfield. I will take Baker Mayfield for $10 million all day over Tannehill for $35 million or Cousins for $45 million, just from a market value standpoint. $35. No, it's 35 and 45, but yeah, Tannehill's worth half of the 35.6 million he's worth. 35 divided by 2 is 17 and a half. So he is worth, that would be, so it's 35.6. That would be 17.8 million for Tannehill. Tannehill's worth 17.8 million a year. I'd rather pay Baker 12 to 15 million a year than pay Tannehill 17.8 million, because that's what Tannehill's actually worth. He's not worth 35.6 million. He's worth half of that, and half of that is 17.8 million. So,
and that is no disrespect for us to those quarterbacks. It's just us realizing these guys are old. These guys are on the decline.
I would still argue that Cousins is worth 30 million, but I'm not paying him 45 million to keep him. He's worth 30 million at best. If he wanted a deal like Derek Carr's deal, I'd be open to that. But if he's not going to take that, I got to reload at quarterback. I just have to. All right, but enough of our quarterback rant. We're going to look at the rest of the Buccaneers. They do have Trask through his rookie deal. I do think the Buccaneers can upgrade at quarterback over Trask. Edmonds and Vaughn are free agents after this year, so you could bring in a third running back to compete with White and Tucker. Mike Evans is going to be a free agent. He has a market value of 23 million, so you don't even have enough cap space to bring back Mike Evans right now unless you buy somebody out. You could buy out Godwin. You could buy out Russell Gage. I wouldn't buy out Godwin. I'd buy out Russell Gage, though, because he's making $13 million next year, and you've already got a replacement for him in Trey Palmer. And if you buy out Russell Gage, that saves you $11,184,000. So, yeah, sorry, Russell Gage. Trey Palmer's come in and he's done a heck of a job. And heck, even Devin Tompkins, the ERFA, who he came in, Devin Tompkins was undrafted at Utah State. He caught all 4 targets that Baker Mayfield threw to him. Didn't drop a single ball. He's got potential on a team-friendly deal, too, where he's making under $1 million, less than Palmer, but under $1 million. So, yeah, I mean...
Getting rid of guys to get them the cap. The Chargers were absolutely that. But I think the Bucs may be a very good example of a blueprint on how to quickly get yourself an amazing salary cap position. I think a couple of years ago we were talking about how they're going to have it was straightforward. You may have to cut and wide, but there was pretty big players, and now they have kept their stars and still gotten under the cap and gotten to a place where, and they've now created decisions and drafted where they may be able to resign key positions and not lose the step while they're continuing to rebuild.
Yeah, Ryan Jensen's probably going to either retire or he will be released after June 1st because the Buccaneers can save $12.5 million with a post-June 1st release on Ryan Jensen. $699,000 if they cut him in pre-June 1st. But Ryan Jensen's had 2 consecutive season-ending injuries. He's making $17.267 million. You'd love to get him back if he can come back, but honestly, at this point, you're better off keeping him. And if you can't get a center in the draft, you can cut him post-June 1st and make Hainsley your starter in his contract year. But, the Buccaneers, they have Wirfs. They're going to have to extend Wirfs.
That looks tough, though, because you have to really look at this nice little companies, but that offensive line, who we thought was going to be middle of the road, has been excellent this year.
Yes, Wirfs has been dominant at left tackle. He's been just as good at Wirfs was a right tackle at Iowa next to Eric Jackson. He's been just as good at left tackle as he was at right tackle. And I always knew he had potential to play NFL left tackle, but he's just been that dominant. Cody Mock has been effective in limited action, but the big surprise is Luke Godecki. Luke Godecki had a 2.5 pass block rating on Pro Football Focus as a rookie. He has pulled a complete 180 in year 2. He's in the top 15 among offensive tackles this year at right tackle. And maybe part of it's because he played guard, a position he didn't play in college. Maybe that's part of why he's been much better.
And here's the thing about those right tackles, the right tackle and left tackle, that was hard to get. Why has Baker Mayfield been so effective from the pocket this year? Those two big guys on the end have been amazing. Any quarterback worth their weight in salt would be nothing.
And Godecki's, you don't have to pay Godecki until 2026 because Godecki's making under $2 million for the next 3 years. So you're set at right tackle. You could extend Wirfs in 2024 if you want to, or you can wait it out and just try to position yourself long-term better with the salary cap. Vita Via can't see. They are. Now, the only players they can't bring back without going over the cap are Mike Evans, Devin White. They can bring back Antoine Winfield Jr. Antoine Winfield Jr. is only $14.3 million. So you have $22 million. If you can find a way to bring back Winfield and Mayfield, if you can find a way to bring back Antoine Winfield and Baker Mayfield while staying under the cap, just those two reload through the draft strategy for Tampa. Because you're in a great position right now. You don't need to. And if he wants to come back, bring him back.
They are not trying to perform any of these. As Baker said, they're not trying to perform any of these guys to system or change the way they play. They're not saying you need to do this with your footwork. They're not saying you need to do this with your tackle. They're just letting you guys play.
Yeah, and you could cut Russell Gage to save $11 million. So you can cut Russell Gage to save $11 million. If you cut Carlton Davis, you can save $6 million against the cap. Davis did give up a touchdown to he gave up a touchdown to Jordan Addison in the Week 1 game, but he's been better. He's Tampa's best corner in my opinion. I don't want to cut him, but like you can if you need to.
Yeah, that would be a tough. Yeah, that would be a tough game for me to. It's like I don't want to do it, but if it's necessary, cap-wise, or I need to do that to re-sign Baker and Winfield, yeah, I maybe.
Well, you have $22 million. You cut Russell Gage. If you cut Russell Gage, you save $11 million. That takes you up to $33 million. $33 million. Antoine Winfield Jr. only costs $14.3 million. So you get him, and then you have 18 or 19 to spend on Baker Mayfield. Probably only 11 to 12 million when you take draft picks into consideration, rookie salaries. So, yeah. If Levante David, bring him back. He only cost $1.8 million to bring back this year. He's worth more than that easily. So if you can get him back for 1.9 or 2 million, do it and let Devin White walk, because Devin White is not worth more than Mike Evans or Antoine Winfield. I'm sorry. He was good during his Super Bowl. He was excellent in the Super Bowl. But
When they re-signed David, they re-signed to a team-friendly deal because he wanted to be there.
yeah.
So if there's a chance that if they keep getting this right with Baker and other guys, he may say, you know what, I'll do it again.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm Jason Licht, there's 3 guys I'm locked in on. Winfield, Baker Mayfield, Devin White, and then we basically let not Devin White. I meant Levante David. Levante David, Antoine Winfield Jr., Baker Mayfield, Those are the three guys I want to re-sign. We'll cut Russell Gage to get up to $33 million. I want to avoid cutting Carlton Davis, but if we have to move him and reload at corner in the draft to make sure we get all those guys back, we will. I would only cut Davis if I got a guarantee from Mike Evans that he was coming back. That's really the only situation.
I agree. Because I don't want to do a total rebuild, but at the same time, if I've got my core sitting there, and these guys I know are my core, but the coach is just going to say, go play football, which is what Baker just said the first coach he's had in the pros, basically, to say, to tell his players, just go out and play. Don't worry about all this nonsense and trying to change your game or anything. Just go out and play. And it's working, and you got guys that love to play for it because they're saying just go out and play. And, you don't want to completely reset what.
You don't. So that's the Buccaneers. Chase McLaughlin's a free agent at kicker. He's done well this year. So I'm gonna pull up Seattle. I know there's some issues with TalkShoe on my end. Everything looks great on Restream though. Just some issues with TalkShoe. We're at 63%. We are going to try to get to the next team. Come on. Come on, TalkShoe. Don't do this to me. Yeah, we're still here, folks. So just okay, I'm back, Joey. Sorry about that. My
That is incredibly impressive. And in addition to being under the salary cap.
Oh yeah, there's one more free agent the Buccaneers have. It is Chase McLaughlin, the kicker. I think we're bringing him back. We could get Harrison Mevis in the 4th or 5th round out of Missouri, but like, unless you fall in love with Mevis, I'd bring back McLaughlin. I would bring him back. It could be worse.
Better kickers in the NFL. And here's something. This is something that we touched on pilots with the last few teams. We haven't touched on any of the kickers. And I think all three of these teams that we covered today, all three of them have kickers.
Yeah, I didn't touch on the kickers because the Browns have Hopkins for one more year. The Chargers have Cameron Dicker. Cameron Dicker's an ERFA, but he'll get a team-friendly extension. And, McLaughlin's a UFA. So that's a kicker that I would bring back. I'm surprised he doesn't have a market value.
Right now, all three may be top 10 kickers.
Really, TalkShoe? You're really going to pull this shit. We're going to Seattle, Joey. We just are. We're going to Seattle. All right, so I'm back here, folks. We're going to look at the Seahawks now. As much as I enjoyed looking at the Buccaneers, it's time to move on to Seattle. Okay, I'm back. I've got the Seahawks contracts pulled up. As much as I've enjoyed your rants, TalkShoe just keeps cutting in and out. TalkShoe's behaving like Restream, and Restream's behaving like TalkShoe. It's just really weird. Oh, recording stopped. You may change it. You may start it again at your convenience, but I think I think it's just like. No, I'm gonna push the record button on TalkShoe to make sure we're back on TalkShoe. It's like I don't know why it's like. All right, let's just worry about Seattle and Restream, folks. Stream's still working and everything. All right, we're back on TalkShoe. Awesome. All right, Seattle. Drew Lock's a UFA. If he wants to come back on a team-friendly deal after what he did against the Giants on Monday night, I'm game. If he wants to come back as a backup on a team-friendly deal, I'm game. I was on the fence. Now I'm game with him coming back on a team-friendly deal. He showed a lot in that drive where Geno got injured. You're going to have Walker, Charbonnet, and McIntosh at running back next year. I'm trying to find out the Seahawks cap space for 2024. Seahawks are going to have $20 million for next year, so they don't even have to cut anybody. They're in the same position the Lions were in heading into this offseason. No, wait. Spotrac says they're at $4 million, but they can get up to $20 million with restructures. So with roster, so they can get up to $20 million with restructuring contracts, Joey. I don't know what's going on with TalkShoe. Okay, I just pushed the record button. All right. But yeah, as far as this goes on Restream, the Seahawks have $4 million for next year, and they can get up to $20 million with restructuring. They're in a similar position as the Browns are. Noah Fant and Colby Parkinson are free agents. They do have Will Dissly back for one more year. Tight end could be an area. All of Seattle's interior offensive linemen, Haynes, Evan Brown, Damian Lewis are UFAs. So they got to replace. I think Oluwatimi and Bradford will end up starting at center and right guard next year. I think that's a big reason why John Schneider drafted those guys. He's going to develop them this year and start them next season. And then maybe they bring Damian Lewis back on a team-friendly deal. If they can't, I think Seattle will be looking at a left guard. They'll be looking at a Graham Barton out of Duke or the guy from Kansas State. I like Cooper Beebe. I think they'll be looking at one of those two as a Damian Lewis replacement on a rookie deal, unless they get something really good. Because like with Seattle, I mean, right now Seattle's just in a very interesting spot. And, Seattle's in an interesting spot right now, Joey, with all their interior linemen set to be free agents. Damian Lewis is only projected to make $7.4 million. I'll pay Lewis that, but not a penny more. But I'll pay him that if he wants to come back to Seattle, but not a penny more. Because Lewis is one of the better left guards in the league. I'm not going to pay him $10 million, but if it's only going to cost $7.4 to bring him back, I'll do that. I'll do that to keep Lewis in Seattle. But yeah.
And let's face it, with Seattle, if you have the entire interior offensive line as an undrafted free agent or unrestricted free agent, that is horrific.
I don't think it's as concerning as you're making it out to be, because they drafted Oluwatimi, the Michigan center, I liked, and they drafted Bradford, who looked good in the Monday night game, filling in for Phil Haynes, who left the game with an injury. So I don't think the Seahawks.
But here's the thing. That many offensive linemen playing together at one time, the offensive line's like a brotherhood. And you're all like each other or not, you still like each other, and you still defend each other to the death. But the chemistry has to be there. And that stuff doesn't come in overnight. So now you're building all new chemistry with an entire starting line.
Yeah, but Bradford I think Bradford has a higher ceiling than Phil Haynes, and I think Oluwatimi's ceiling's higher than Evan Brown's. So as long as you get Damian Lewis back, I don't think there's going to be any drop-off in the offensive line if Haynes and Brown walk. But it is going to be a process.
I think it depends on do they get Lewis back and how much time does Bradford get to gel with Lewis and a couple of these other guys? Because if you have 2 to 3 guys there to integrate the younger guys, that's not going to be as bad. But if you lose all 4 and you don't have those bridge guys, those leaders, bring everything together.
Well, Cross and Lucas are still on their rookie deals for 2 more years. Lucas and Cross are still on rookie deals for 2 more years at offensive tackle. And I think if Bradford and Oluwatimi can pan out. So I wouldn't worry. You are going to have to draft some depth on the interior, but I don't think you will have to get a day 1 starter unless Damian Lewis leaves. That's my verdict.
I'm not thrilled. If you're dealing with 3 or more new players on the offensive line, you cringe.
Yeah.
So they have to bring. Even if it's just one year.
Damian Lewis only has a market. Damian Lewis is the best of those 3 interior offensive linemen, and he only has a market value of $7.4 million. If it was above $7.5 million, I'd be worried. 7.4, I'll do that for Damian Lewis. If he wants that, I'll make that happen right now if I were John Schneider. If he's willing to sign for that, I'll make that happen right now.
Yeah. It's like absolutely. You got a guy who has been either a Pro Bowler or a French Pro Bowler for.
I wouldn't call Lewis a fringe Pro Bowler, but he's an above-average starter, and he's probably the steadiest left guard that we don't talk about on the podcast.
Yeah, I think he's a French Pro Bowler. I think he has the ability to make a Pro Bowler, and he has stuff. But like you said, he is incredibly steady. And if that's the worst we can say about him, that's pretty dang good. Because there are a lot of guys that are starting in the NFL that are not steady. That are older, they have a great game one day, a bad game the next. He's incredibly steady. But that's the worst thing you say about him? I'm fine with that.
Yeah, $7.4 million for somebody who's incredibly steady. I will do that all day. All right. So the Seahawks, the only player they lose on defense is Mario Edwards, the backup defensive lineman. And then you have Devin Bush, Jordan Brooks, and Bobby Wagner. Your 3 inside linebackers are UFAs, but you have your edge rushers back. You have your 34 defensive linemen back. You're going to have to reload at 34 middle linebacker. You're going to have to find new communicators, new play callers. Because if you bring back Damian Lewis, you're going to have to restructure some deals to get from $4 million to $20 million, first off. Then you bring back Damian Lewis, that gets you down to $13 million. If you can get Wagner or Brooks on a team-friendly deal, do it. And if not, you're just going to have to reload at both linebacker spots in the draft. You're just going to have to.
And that is, I'm not going to say that's a style for if they don't get Lewis back on the offensive line. But I will say, defensively, you're looking at 2 of the guys, 2 of your team leaders at linebacker.
And what's even worse is Spotrax basically gave Devin Bush a market value, but didn't give Bobby Wagner a market value. That's disrespectful to Bobby Wagner. He has been a cornerstone on Seattle for years outside of his 1 season with the Rams. No projection for Bobby Wagner. Projection for Devin Bush. Devin Bush, market value. Bobby Wagner, no market value. I'm trying to figure this out, Joey. It's like a Rubik's Cube. I can't fucking comprehend this.
It's like, I'm not asking why the hell does he have a market value so low? Wagner's been one of the best middle linebackers for decades. Because he's one of those players that seems like he's good and great every year for the last 100 years.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a market value.
Nope.
What the hell?
Neither is Levante David. Really, it's really bad when you know it's that bad.
Why?
I-
These guys are guys that have shown that they are a real crop of real linebackers in the NFL for years and years, and you don't give them a market valuation. The only thing I can think of, and I'm giving credit here, that probably isn't deserved, but then they say, there is no way these teams are going to let him go. That's my only thought. That's the only reason.
Well, that's the thing. You might want to reload at safety, Joey. And the reason I say that is because you buy out Jamal Adams, you save $6 million against the cap. You buy out Quandre Diggs, you save $11 million against the cap. You don't have to, but if you think there's a safety in the draft that you absolutely love, that you have in a top grade on, buy out the safeties and reload and continue to keep the Legion of Boom intact. Because that's what you do with your...
If that's the case, I found out because this is a pretty good safety draft.
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty good safety draft.
Yeah.
I think that they can, find a replacement for Adams and Beck. Maybe not as good as Adams, but they can find.
But there's 4 really good safeties that stand out for me, Joey. Cameron Kitchens, Miami, Andrew Mukabu. There's Cole Bishop of Utah. There's Tyler Nubin of Minnesota. And there's another safety on Miami that plays next to Kitchens that Wes loves that thinks belongs in the top 5. So this is a really good safety draft. Okay? It is. So you have the opportunity to reload and buy out a safety. I would do it if I were Seattle. I just think there's too much on the line. You don't have to buy out both safeties, but buy out one of them. Because you got to pay Diggs $15 million next year, and you got to pay Jamal Adams $26 million. But you can buy out Adams and save $6 million against the cap, not pay him $26 million. You can buy him out. And I with Jamal Adams' injury history, I just wouldn't pay him $26 million right now. I still think he deserves an opportunity to be a starter, but I don't want to pay him $26 million with it right now.
When he was with the Jets.
Yeah.
That's coming there on a big contract. He's not been. He was top free safety when he was with the Jets. Not even close to that since he's been here. But I will say he's still a top 10 safety.
Yep, yeah, we're done with the Seahawks, Joey. We're moving on to the draft. You know, it's mock draft time. Yeah. Pulling up NFL mock draft database, we will do a 2-round mock only because the Browns don't have a first-round pick. And we will use the we will use the teams that are on bye weeks. That is the goal here. We're only allowed to use those teams. Now, Joey gets to pick for the Browns, and he gets a team with a first-round pick. So Joey gets 2 teams this week because the Browns don't have a first-round pick. I get the Seahawks, and the Chargers is going to be a collaboration because the Chargers are so bad that Joey and I have to combine our brain power to save that dysfunctional franchise.
Yeah, we have to collab on this thing. This is how did they get to the place that they're at? I am not sure. But that was probably collaborative effort of failure.
Okay.
Charging to the highest level to get where they are.
Do you want draft speed, fast, normal, or slow for the draft speed? We'll be doing... because we got other stuff we got to cover. NBA previews. We got a Calder race. We'll go with fast. But we're going to enter the draft room here. And we've got our 4 teams ready to go. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. And do I have to click start draft or what's going on here? Because it says the draft. Yeah, you got to click the start button. I did. Okay, so Chargers are on the clock at 15. We have 6 trade offers. The Bears have offered 3 a first, second, and third in 2025. The Colts have offered a first, third, fifth, and sixth in 2025. The Bills have offered a 4th, 5th, and 7th this year along the 1st and 3rd. Steelers have offered it. Yeah, the Jaguars have offered a 1st, 2nd, a 6th, a 2nd next year, a 3rd next year, a 4th next year, a 5th next year, a 6th. This is Mike Ditka giving up his entire draft for 17. This is Mike Ditka trading up for Ricky Williams. Come on, Duval. This is bad. I might actually take this deal, Joey. I mean, this is too good of a deal to say no to. I mean, I'm moving down. This is too good of a deal to say no to, Joey. We move down 2 spots. We get 2 second-round picks this year and next year. We get a 3rd next year. We get a 4th next year. We get a 5th next year. We get a 6th this year and next year. That is too good to say no to. I'm sorry. My hands are tied. Yeah, that's a premium. And the Jaguars are not this stupid in real life. I hope Trent Baalke is not stupid enough to do this in real life. But I am accepting and moving down 2 spots. And can I see who's been picked? Show me the drafted players. Okay. I just would like to see who's been picked. That's weird. Okay, the best player on the simulator is Latu. So Rome Odunze just got picked by the Texans at 16. I wish it would show me every player that's been selected in the exact pick order. But we do have 46 and 48 now. The best players on the board here. Leatu Latu is number 1 on the board for UCLA edge rusher. He wins 20% of his pass rush reps. That's the best player on the board here at 17. Leatu Latu is, I have him in the back end of the 1st round. Wes has him at 4 in his mock draft. He gave Denver Leatu Latu at number 4. He's 13th on the simulator. We could take him. Malik Neighbors, Armarius Mims, Georgia right tackle. He'd be an upgrade over Pipkins. The 2 suggestions are Cooper DeJean, the Iowa corner / safety, and Mason Smith, the LSU defensive lineman. I do not have either of those players in my 1st round at this point. I'm thinking Latu is our pick here, unless you want to look at the corners and see what they have. Nate Wiggins as a 2nd rounder, but I think Nate Wiggins is a 1st. I would trade up to a 33 if Nate Wiggins was there, if I'm the Chargers, because I like Nate Wiggins enough to take him here, but I think at 17 it's a reach. I'm thinking we go Latu and we try to trade up for a Wiggins. I mean, Latu's a good replacement for Khalil Mack if we have to buy him out. I mean, the receivers that are available are Malik Neighbors, Xavier Worthy. Those are the only 2, and Troy Franklin's available. So there's a lot of receivers available. I think we can get a receiver at 46 or 48. I'm thinking we go edge rusher here and reload with Latu. But what are you thinking for the Chargers?
That pick comes down to who the Chargers front office wants to release. So I think where they're drafting, you're going to have a few good pass rushers. You're going to have a few really nice receivers.
I think this is a top-heavy edge rusher draft, but not a deep edge rusher draft like the last 2 years.
No,
and
I agree.
And I think it's a deep receiver draft, so that's why I'm leaning Latu.
That was my thinking. But I'm also trying to get into the Chargers' head, which is causing me personality.
Yeah, I'm looking at maybe a receiver and corner in round 2 with the picks we got from the Jaguars, and then we get Latu here. That's really my thought process at this point.
In the interest of bringing a different perspective, you're leaning outside linebacker / pass rusher. I would say you always say few of them.
I like Worthy.
Potentially.
Okay, I have Worthy graded higher than Malik Neighbors.
One of my favorites. I like both of them. Worthy's one of my favorites personally. I'm not quite sure if I like his skill set more than Neighbors, but as far as personally,
Malik Neighbors and Worthy.
I think Worthy has more of the mentality of, I'm going to get this ball, and if you get in my way, I'm going to step on your face. Where Neighbors may have more physical ability. And something that the Chargers have been really good with receivers is that I'm going to step on your face mentality of receivers. So I'm thinking maybe Worthy, just for the sake of argument, because he does fit what the Chargers have done as receiver, but at the same time, they would have to get rid of one of the receivers, maybe Worthy.
Yeah, and you just drafted Quentin Johnston in the first round, and you have Josh Palmer for one more year. So that's why I'm thinking we could get Troy Franklin, we could get Adonai Mitchell, we could get Leggett, we get Malachi Corey, we could get one of those guys in the second round. I think it's a really good deep receiver class. So for me, that's why I would go with Latu here.
Yeah, and I'm not going to argue with you on that because I agree, but I wanted to just give a...
So we're locking in on Latu at 17, but you wanted to play devil's advocate. So we're locking in on Latu at 13 to play devil's advocate before I lock in the pick. All right. So Latu is the selection. Well, the Steelers are not getting 24 from Seattle. Not trading to them. Jaguars want to give up a first, third, and fourth for 24? No. We're not trading with them. We're not trading with the Giants. We're not trading with the Packers. Ravens offer's not bad. 29, 61, a fourth, fifth, and sixth. That's off. But, you know, I want to see what's on the board. And the Chiefs, these offers suck. This first is my pick, and then we get to your pick, the Buccaneers, and then we get to the Browns. So they're So this is my pick. Okay, so yeah, we are going to piss off some Seahawks fans. We're going to go because we're going to piss off some Seahawks fans here. Not intentionally, but Shadur Sanders is still on the board, so we're going to take him here and groom him. We're going to let Drew Lock walk. Now, if Drew Lock stays, I think for I mean, it really comes down to what Seattle does with Drew Lock. Because if they let Lock walk, I think you get Kinchins here and replace him with one of the safeties you buy out. That's really my thought process here at this point if I'm Seattle. I'm going to go with Shadur. They're not suggesting Cameron Kitchens as a suggestion, even though I think it's a good suggestion. I'm going to go with Shadur here.
Yeah, and I promised the people something at the beginning of the podcast, so I think we need to go through it. It's real quick. One of the funniest moments in the history of football. At least I think so. When Aaron Donald broke through the Seahawks line so easily, Geno Smith was dropping that. He yelled, "Oh shit," when he was mic'd up on the field, and Aaron Donald was running out, and he just threw the ball just randomly into nowhere, just so he didn't get hit by Aaron Donald. I mean, that was, to me, and he was mic'd up on national television when he did that. And I thought that was one of the funniest things ever. Chris, you want to, speak of, do you want to comment on that?
I love the Malcolm Butler play, but that's because I'm a Patriots fan. I think you just should have handed the ball off to Marshawn Lynch and just fed the ball to beast mode. You would have repeated. You would have been a dynasty, but you didn't. So.
Well, I'm talking pure comedic value.
That is pure comedic value. As a Patriots fan, The Seahawks not running the ball in that situation is pure comedic value for me.
Well, yeah, okay. As a pure football fan, and you see Aaron Donald coming at you and yell when you know you're mic'd up, oh shit, and just randomly throw the ball away. I mean,
it's like the scene in Family Guy when the house crashes and Cleveland Brown yells, "Oh no, oh no, oh no." That's what it's like when you're yelling, "Oh shit" at Aaron Donald.
that was basically what it was like. It was like some cartoon that it's like, this should not be happening at this moment, but it is.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I just found that to be incredibly funny. And being a Seahawks segment, hey, we've got to mention.
I think the simulator's hilarious. Joey's on the clock here. They're not suggesting you draft Cameron Kitchens, but they're suggesting you draft a quarterback. With how well Baker Mayfield's played, this is not my pick. This is Joey's pick. He's not taking a quarterback here. Okay? Let's just put that to bed. So really this comes down to Duke left tackle Cameron Kitchens. Do you want him as a guard, or do you want Miami safety Cameron Kitchens, or do you want Duke left tackle Graham Barton as a guard? And at this point, it's suggesting Barton, but I think you're going to pick Kitchens here. I'll go through some of the other options available. You do have Jatavian Sanders. You do have Nate Wiggins. To get Trotter here, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., you could get him as a Devin White replacement. That's an option too. You know,
that are sitting on my plate. And
you know, you could take the Jordan Love route. If you drafted a quarterback, you could bring back Baker for 2 or 3 years and then let him walk and then bring the rookie in. And you could take the Jordan Love route. But I don't think you will, because Baker's been that good so far.
if Baker's playing top notch and he's having fun, Baker's best when he's having fun. And we've seen it in college, we've seen it with the Browns, and we're seeing it here. So if he's having fun, that means he's playing exceptionally well. Let's not mess with it.
Well, the two players Tony Mario wants here are Graham Barton, the Duke left tackle, as a guard, and Cameron Kitchens, the Miami Hurricanes safety. Because Tampa Bay's strong safety Ryan Neal's a UFA, and the free safety Winfield, also a UFA. So if you can't get Winfield back, you're going to need multiple safeties. So I think I just talked you into kicking Kitchens here. You want me to look at the receivers that are available. Johnny Wilson and Troy Franklin are available. Mitchell and Leggett are available. You can get a receiver at 59, though, it looks like. I'm thinking, what are you thinking?
I think I'm going to go with somebody I think has the most potential to be an all-pro for years to come. And I'm going with the replacement for White. I'm going to go Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Interesting selection. I like it. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. replaces Devin White in Tampa. Oh, so we have the Chargers picking back-to-back here. The Bears have offered 66 and a fifth-round pick in 2025 to move up 20 spots. I'm going to reject that. I just think that's a bad deal. All right, so the Chargers have back. So the next 3 picks are Chargers, Browns, Chargers. It's a chart. So the Browns are stuck in the middle of a Charger sandwich, with the Chargers being the bread to the sandwich.
That is absolute failure in itself.
Because of the
anything between the Chargers is just bad.
Well, because of the this is the Jaguars' fault. They made the trade with the Browns. The best player on the board is Travion Henderson. Blake Corum is also still there. So I am looking at the running backs. They're suggesting Tyler Nubin, the Minnesota safety. That's not a bad value pick. But I feel like the Chargers are happy with Derwin James at one safety spot, and they still have JT Woods under contract for 3 more years on a rookie deal. I'm not saying they won't take a safety. I do think Newbin's an upgrade, but I don't necessarily think the Chargers are going to go safety here. Kamari Lassiter, the Georgia corner, still on the board at 46. That's really good value for him. I'm going to take Kamari. I'm looking at Lassiter. Chris Jenkins, the Michigan defensive tackle, is also still available. Option. Marshall freaking sucked against Utah. He got toasted against Utah. I'm not picking him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He was somebody who I was really.
He got burned. He got burned against Utah. And Utah, their backup quarterback in the game. And the very first play, Utah's quarterback throws a touchdown, and Marshall gave up the touchdown. So I am not picking him.
That's horrible. Yeah, it's like I can see why. It's like, because I thought he had done pretty well this year.
I do like him, but I don't like him in the second round. If he's there in the third round, I'd consider him, but not here.
Yeah.
I'm
not here, yeah. Because I was going to say, against a team that's not that great, if you play that poorly, it doesn't matter how you play in the other game, it's like, that's going to hurt your draft stock. So, yeah, so I'm just looking through some things here.
Yeah, every safety except Kinchins is still available. Tyler Nubin, Mukaba, James Williams, the other Miami safety West likes, Cole Bishop, all projected to go in the top 80. Rod Moore, Michigan at 9, at 1, and Ransom at 117. Really deep safety draft, Joey. I would argue this draft might be deeper than 2020. I'm looking at the Chargers here. I do think you can get an upgrade to JT Woods at safety, but I don't think you have to draft a safety this early. I mean, Michael Davis is a UFA after this year. J.C. Jackson's gone, so you need a number 1 and a number 2 corner. I'm going to take Kamari Lassiter. I haven't seen Kalen Carson out of Wake Forest. He's the best corner on the board according to the simulator, but I haven't seen Carson yet. I'm familiar with Kamari Lassiter. I saw him have that pick 6 against Oregon last year. I'm going to take Lassiter here. The running backs, both Blake Corum and Travion Henderson, are still on the board. So if you want to take a running back for the Browns here, you can. That is an option. But I'm going to take. Oh,
I know who I want to take.
You got 5 trade offers.
If he's still there, he is probably one of the most athletic, most agile, some of the best hands.
Joey, the Commanders have just offered you a first-round pick in 2025 and a third, along with a 5th and 6th for 47. So if you trade out of this spot, you get 2 first-rounders in 2025. That's very tempting because this is a really good draft. I think this draft's better than 2025, but at the same time, to get a first-round pick in next year's draft that late feels like a bargain. So that's a really tough call.
It does. That is great value, but
because that could be a top 5 pick next year. That 2025 first round pick from the Commanders could be a top 5 pick. It could be the number 1 pick in 2025. That's really good value. But there's so much talent still on the board.
Yeah, because I really had my sights on Jordan Morgan, the offensive tackle at Arizona. But if Washington is going to offer me that.
Here's what you're getting, Joey. You're getting 148, 189, a first and third round pick. So you're not just getting a first round pick for 47. You're getting a first, third next year, and you're getting a 5th and 6th this year.
I'll take it.
That's a great deal.
I will take that deal. Yeah, because if I potentially get the number 1 overall pick next year, it's like.
You can get Kelvin Banks Jr. or Will Campbell with that top pick at left tackle and replace Wills. That's a great deal for you.
Yeah, that would be perfect. That would instantly, I think, that would instantly jump the Browns into potentially Super Bowl contention because Jeff Wills right now
Yeah.
And we'll have him for 5 years on rookie deal.
Yeah, I mean, the
And
chart.
then give her a couple of those big freaking contracts. Like,
We can go Xavier Leggett. Honestly, I'm tempted to make you a trade offer because I want Joey to at least make a pick. I can either offer him the Chargers pick in a trade or the Seahawks pick in a trade. The Chargers is a collaborative effort between Joey and myself, so I'll make him an offer for 55, and Joey and I will make a pick here. But yeah, I mean, we could get Leggett here, or we can get a running back. Reason I say that is because Corum and Henderson are both still on the board at 48. Nobody's taken a running back yet. And Eckler and Josh Kelly are both free agents. So if we get Corum, we have Corum as our bell cow and Isaiah Spiller's our number 2. And we just reload at running back with those two. I mean, I have Corum to the Eagles at 50. I've got Corum at the Eagles at 32. I mocked Corum to the Eagles at 32. I really want to pick Corum here, but they have Henderson graded higher. And if you tell me we should address another position, I am going to take that into consideration with our evaluations.
there were 2 players that I'm thinking of right now. That Corum for 1 and Cole Bishop number 2. Those are the 2 guys I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Nubin, Mukaba, Williams, and Bishop are all on the board. So all of the top 5 safety, all of the top 4 safeties are still there. That's why I'm leaning Corum, and we can get our safety in round 3, or we could do a trade down with the Browns, but Chargers. Pick team. That was the so. But yeah, we'll go with. I want Corum here. You have a problem with that, or you think we should go a different route? I think Corum at this.
I don't have a problem with it. I would never have a problem with Corum. It's a really tough pick for me between Corum and Bishop. Because I think they can get rid of Adams, but not Adams, but
well, we're on the Chargers. The Chargers have Derwin.
I'm trying to think of.
Woods is still under contract for 2 more years. Alohi Gilman's gone after this year, but JT Woods is still under contract for 2 more years, and he played well against the Vikings when. No, JT Woods was a 2022 third-round pick out of Baylor. He is under contract on a rookie deal for. No, he's on a rookie deal for 2 more years. So the Chargers don't need a safety. No. That's Alohi Gilman, the other guy starting next to Derwin James. The backup JT Woods, who came in for Derwin and actually made a 4th down stop against the Vikings, he's under contract on a rookie deal for 2 more years. That's why I'm saying we go Corum, and then if we're the Chargers, we get the best safety in round 3 or the best receiver in round 3. That's why I'm locked in on Corum. So did I talk you into Corum?
I think Bishop would also be an upgrade. So if you're locked in on Corum, I'm good with Corum.
Yeah.
Because I'm never going to argue against a guy who I think be one of the better running backs.
I was going to try the Browns, but the Raiders offered in 2025 for the 55th pick. Are you kidding me? Did Josh McDaniels hack into the simulator, folks? I'm sorry, Joey. I had to go there. Because if the Raiders are going to give up a 1st-round pick for 55, I'm actually wondering if Josh McDaniels is running the simulator for the Raiders. You know what? The Steelers and Commanders have also offered their 1st-round picks. So 3 teams have offered 1st-round picks. The Raiders have offered 108 7th rounder. The Steelers have offered 240 a 1st and 4th in 2025. The Commanders have offered 1 a 1st-round pick in 2025. Commanders have the best offer of those 3. So, but I hate the idea of trading with a team in my conference. But, you know, that's a tough call, man. I'm getting 3. It's like Joey wishes.
That's one of those where it's so dumb, you got to do it. Because it's like me taking the 1st round of the Browns. It's like, I've got a guy I really wanted.
take this Raiders first round pick. And you know, Buccaneers maybe the round pick. So the sixth have offered a third, fifth, thirds, a fifth, sixth. Steelers offered a first and a second 59 next year. Guys, are you letting Matt Canada run the war room? It's like, really? Steelers are not going to offer a first and second round pick in next year's draft for 59. So not only would Joey be getting a first, he'd be getting a first and a second for 59. Like, guys, come on, guys. As much as Joey wants to make a trade offer with the Browns to move up, it's like he'd rather take the first and second round picks from the Steelers away. To hurt. You're getting a first and a second in next year's draft for 59. That's a late second. You're getting a first and a second for 59. That is highway robbery. I only did 2 rounds on the simulator, Joey. I only did 2 rounds on the simulator, but I kind of want to do 7 now with the trades because it's fucked everything up, you know? You want to do a 7-round one? Because I did not expect the trades. The trades threw me off. So we're going to do a 7-round one with the same teams. We just are. I'm sorry, guys. We just are because the trades threw me off. So that was a warm-up. And we did not expect the number of trades we got. So I mean, shit. So, yeah. All right, so same team, 7 rounds. 7 rounds, fast rate, enter draft room. So, because this was fun, and I didn't think it would go this quickly. And I didn't think we would get offers. Caleb Williams fell to 2. So the Rams have offered us a first, 4th, and 6th for 15. We're not taking that. That's a horrible deal. Brock Bowers fell to 15. Are you fucking kidding me? We're taking Bowers. Brock Bowers is going to join Justin Herbert in Charger land. Yeah, this isn't even a discussion. This is, come on, guys. Are you trying to help the Chargers win a Super Bowl? It's like, guys, Brock Bowers is too good. As much as I love Kool-Aid McKinstry and Kool-Aid McKinstry and Kalen King are both there too, but Bowers at this point is criminal. Like, we got to pick Bowers. This isn't even a discussion. Because it's like, the Chargers tight end Gerald Everett's a UFA. And Bowers is an upgrade over Gerald Everett, even if Everett were still extended. So this isn't even a debate.
I think he's a top 5 pick, maybe
Top 5 talent, but he'll probably get picked at 10. Wes and I mock Bowers to the Cardinals at 9. He falls to 15. We're locked in on Bowers. Not even a discussion at this point.
no way he falls after.
Yeah, 51, 243, 3rd and 6th for that no deal. I'm picking Shadur again. It was Seattle. And now the Buccaneers are up. The Lions have offered 60, 91, 162, and 206. The Colts have offered 51, 86, 121, 557, and a 5th, 7th in 2025. So you move out of the first round, but you get 2 seconds, 2 thirds, 2 fourths, and 2 fifths for Tampa. That's tempting. But you get to stockpile a lot of picks. I mean,
The big thing for Tampa is that they are rebuilding, but they already have a key position. So you have to look at what to deal with their
the player you took last time was Trotter. He's still there. Do you want to trade down, or do you want to take Trotter again? Because
Okay.
Colts offered you
Trade deal again.
the Lions offered you a second, third, sixth, and seventh in 2025. The Colts offered you a second, third, fourth, fifth this year, and a seventh in 2025. So you'd be getting 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, and 2 5s if you took the deal the Colts gave you.
Second, third, fourth, is this year's staff?
And a fifth. And a fifth, Joey. And a fifth.
And if it could move down how many spots?
You'd be moving down from 28 to 51. But you'd be getting 51, 86, 121, 557.
There are a couple guys. I'll take that deal because there are a couple guys that I think will be there that I think really help. I'll take that deal.
All right, so you've moved down to 51. The Packers have offered a second, fourth, and sixth in next year's draft. The Ravens have offered a second, 5, and 6. The Rams have offered 49 and a fourth in 2025. I'm tempted to take that deal. That looks like a good deal. The Lions have offered 91, a second rounder in 2025, and a sixth rounder. Dolphins have offered 57, a third, and fifth. The Jaguars have offered 48, a second next year, a third next year, at 117, 179, 211. You don't get a first, but we get to hustle the crap out of Duval. Yeah, I'm going to take that. I think we have to take that deal, Joey. We're getting 2 seconds. We're getting 48 and a second next year to move down from 46 to 48. I just think that's too good of a deal to say no to.
That's a great deal.
And we're getting a third next year, too.
Even if Bolton was comp, I don't think Peterson or comp, either of the comp would allow it. But at the same time, they have him here.
Let's just take the picks.
If you look and want that,
And
let's do it.
the Jaguars get Chris Jenkins, the Michigan defensive tackle, with the pick we gave them. So the Patriots are offering 69, a third and fourth. Belichick's trying to lowball you. Titans are only giving you picks in next year's draft, a second, fourth, and sixth. And the Broncos are offering you 82, 127, 145, a fifth, and seventh. Yeah, all of these offers suck. You're picking here. It doesn't matter who you want. You're picking here. Those.
None of those offers really interest me. For me to trade Ransom, the offer had to rule my thoughts
So
out.
the Browns are going to get a player here. Newbin, Lassiter are the two best players on the board. Troy Franklin, the Oregon receiver that Wes and I have a first-round grade on, is on the board. You could pick him here and reload at receiver. And the simulator is actually suggesting you pick him. Blake Corum is still there, too. If you want to add a running back, Cooper Beebe, my top left guard in the entire draft. He's listed as an offensive tackle, but he's my top left guard in the entire draft. You could groom him as a successor to Bitonio. James Williams is still on the board. Jordan Morgan is still on the board. There's a lot of good options here.
There are options here that are all really good options. And then there's also the guy I originally wanted was Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona, who is still there. So, something just as much as I hate to do it because as much as I both hate and love to do it, because the dates the Browns are in, I'm going to go with Morgan, the offensive tackle from Arizona, if he's still there, because as much as I know the second first-round pick is going to come into play in the following year, the Browns cannot go into next year with Jefferson being the only option. It just can't happen. And if I get a guy who has potential be an all-pro. I think even if he's not potentially not going to be, what the other guys are going to be, that's the next year. We can reload those positions next year. Got to upgrade that position. We got to upgrade the place because Miles Garrett has said, I'm not going to be Joe Thomas. If the Browns don't win, I will be. He said that confidentially, but it's been reported. I will not be Joe Thomas. You better get that left tackle position, okay? And you better get him back.
So it's going to be Jordan Morgan. I have a first on Jordan Morgan. I mocked him to Dallas in round 1. So 49ers are offering us Dallas in round 1. Dallas. I had Dallas. Niners are offering in round 1 as our Tyron Smith replacement. So I love the Morgan pick. Second, 100, 130. That's a lot of picks, but I'm not going to trade that. Vikings, second, fourth, and sixth. Yeah, a lot of these offers are shitty deals. I'm not going to take any of them for the Chargers here. We could go Corum again, but I do have a player graded above Corum. It's Troy Franklin, the Oregon Ducks receiver. So we can cut. I have a first-round grade on Franklin, so we can add him to this receiving core. It'd be Quentin Johnston, Troy Franklin, Josh Palmer, and we can cut Allen and Williams to save cap space. So we're going to go Franklin here unless you want Corum more, because I've got a first on Franklin. He dominated against Colorado. Lassiter's also still available. We could take Lassiter here too. We really do need a corner, multiple corners now that J.C. Jackson's gone and Michael Davis is set to be a UFA. So I'm down with, but I've got a first on Franklin and a first on Corum. I've got a second on Lassiter, but he fills the biggest need. So this is a really tough spot to be in, Joey. Of those three,
I'm going to say Corum, I think, has the most potential to be a massive game breaker. I'm going to have to go Corum. I guess my What's your thought?
I want Franklin, but Corum's my only running back with a first-round grade. But I really want Troy Franklin. Like, I would actually be open to trading one of the second-round picks we got from Jacksonville to get another pick here so we can get Franklin and Corum. Who's on the clock after we are? The Rams. Yeah, we're going to make a trade with the Rams. Try to get another pick because I want to get both of them. So, yeah, I'm not going to... Okay, so the Chargers don't have a 2025 first. I don't know why that's the case, but I want to add... We're going to add... I know there's other picks we got from the Jaguars. When we traded down, we got more picks. I'm going to trade a second in 2025 to the Rams, and in exchange, I'll also throw in 239, the pick we got from the Jaguars this year. And we want... I'm going to try to get 49 while giving up as little as possible. All right, we'll do 117, and that's not enough, really. So we're willing to give 49 a second. 1-for-1 trades are not allowed. Okay. We'll give you 117, and the second next year is not enough. That is... Yeah, I'm almost tempted to walk.
117 and a third next year. 117 second and a sixth.
Let's do, let's try, you know what? Let's try 117 We'll give them. We got 2 6. We got a 6 from the Jags as well as a 6 next year. We will throw both of those in. They're going to say no, that's not enough.
Okay, throw 7 on top of it. I mean, they can use a new punter.
I'm going to try your original suggestion. A third. So, a third. So, second, third next year's draft, along with 117, is too much. I'm going to throw in the picks that we got in trades with Jacksonville. That's still not enough. I'll throw in a 6th. So, we give up a second, third, 6th in next draft. Give up 117, 179, and 211 for 49. That is accepted. We'll do that, and we'll take both Franklin and Corum at 48 and 49. Continue this turnaround.
And that is an amazing, keep them running.
Yeah, for the Chargers.
Without missing a beat.
Steelers have offered a first in next year's draft for 51. So the Steelers have given you a first rounder in 2025 for 51. But you're also getting 2 fourths and a 7th. But you're getting a top 32 pick from Pittsburgh next year if you make this deal and move out of 51. Buccaneers. Buccaneers just got a first from Pittsburgh. That's a tough one. You get a first. You get a first, 2 fourth rounders, 122, a 2025 fourth, and 198 Pittsburgh 7th rounder for 51. So you get a first from Pittsburgh for 51.
I'll take that. That is great value. Anytime, especially with the Bucs, the way that they're positioning everything, they put their key players either really young or really old. So if they can get some really good young players to replace the really good old players and keep those 3 guys we talked about earlier intact, that'd be good. So I'll take that because I think the Bucs are good for at least one more year with some of these guys. But when getting ready, you get up to reload like that. Yep, gotta take it.
Yep, and Seattle's in an interesting spot here. I'm looking at what's available. Mukabu is my number 2 safety. I could cut Jamal Adams and get Mukabu in the 2nd round on a rookie deal. That is a great bargain. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to get Mukabu. If there's an interior offensive lineman I like, I'll get that to build around my quarterback. Cedric Van Pran is available, but we got the Michigan center. Donovan Jackson's available. Okay, Jaheim Bell is available. I've got a 2nd on Cade Stover. He was incredible on film, but I feel like I could get him in the 3rd round with Seattle. I've got 2 thirds. So I'm looking at my options here. Adonai Mitchell, I have a 2nd on Mitchell. I could get him at 55 and then cut Lockett to save cap space. I don't want to cut Lockett, though, but that is an option if I need to clear up cap space. Get another receiver and cut Lockett. That is an option. If the Seahawks cut Lockett, that is something we could consider. And I always like drafting an offensive player after a quarterback. So that's just always been my motto, my mantra. I'm not going to take Raheem Sanders this early. I wouldn't mind Braylon Allen here, but the Seahawks already have Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, so running back's out of the question here.
Thinking about past this year, I don't know if he's still there, but if he is, you may want to look at Marius Mims, Georgia.
Marius Mims is off the board. He's not on the board.
He's off the board? Okay. That was one of the offensive passes I've been really high on.
Yeah.
With Seattle's guys coming up contract years and aging, and
I like Cedric Van Pran, but I like Oluwatimi a little bit more than Cedric Van Pran. And I had Cedric Van Pran as my number one center at one point. Donovan Jackson's not bad, but I'd rather pick him at 74 than take him here. Value-wise, Stover's good. Honestly, I might just take Adonai Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell's in Wes's first round. He had 2 touchdowns against Alabama.
I've got an outside thought for you. I don't know how you'll receive it, but what about Will Shipley?
Will Shipley,
Running back.
The Clemson running back. I think he's off the board. He's there. He's on the board, but I've got other running backs. I've got Braylon Allen graded above him.
Yeah, that's why I said it was a little bit off the beaten path, but he's a good prospect and a nice runner, and I think he fits the scheme.
I think Allen's better in pass pro. So I'm like, if I take a running back, I'm going to take Allen. But I'm looking at either cut and Lockett.
I'm just trying to give you a few options.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
May not have thought about before.
Yeah, I'm either going to take Mitchell. Does anybody want to trade down with me? Does anybody want to trade down with me? Do you want to move up with Tampa Bay or the Chargers? I'm just asking. I'm seeing what I could get if I did a trade with you. Would you want to do? Will you do 59? I'm thinking 59. I want 59 and 90, but I don't think you're going to agree to that. Would you do 59? You've got 3 4th-round picks, 121, 122, and 125. So 59, one of your 3 4th-round picks, and 205. Will you do that if I agree to move down? 59, you can pick which one of your 4ths you want to move, 121, 122, or 125, and 205. And you keep both of your 3rds. You keep both your 3rds. You'd still be picking in the 2nd round, but you move up from 59 to 55. You give up one of your 3 4th-round picks, and you give up a 6th or 7th round pick at 205. And you keep both of your 3rds at 86 and 90. So you keep both your 3rds, and you can pick which of those 4. So you can give me 125, 205, and 59, and keep 121, 122, 86, and 90. You can keep all 4 of those picks. I will do that if you want to move up here with Tampa.
Let me ask about the issue. The thing I find is I like the depth of this draft.
Same.
So that late pick, the 2 earlier picks are fine to move up to that range. I think that would be a good.
How about would you do that for 247 or 221 instead of 205? If I withdrew 205 and asked for 221 or 247, would you do that instead? Let you keep 205, but make it a 7th round pick at 247. Would you do that? Or a 7th in 2025?
A 7th in 2025? I can do that.
All right, let's do that.
Because while I like the depth in this draft, how many 4th-round picks are going to actually make the team make a difference?
Yeah, and I'm trying to scroll down. All right, so that will do. Now you have 6 trade offers from, you got the Giants offering 72, 107, and a 4th. The Patriots are offering 69, 104, 140, and 184. So you're getting a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th plus a 7th. 49ers, what a haul this would be. 49ers offered 62, 93, 100, 177, 214, 251, and a 5th in 2025. John Lynch going into Mike Ditka, Ricky Williams mode here. Bills have offered 58 and a 2nd next year and a 3rd next year, along with a 6th and 7th. So you'd be getting 2 seconds from the Bills. And John Lynch is giving up the farm for this pick. He's giving up a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 2 7ths, and a 5th But the Bills are offering 2 seconds. So that's the best deal on the table, 58 and a second next year. That's the best offer of what's on the. Oh, the Jets are offering a first in 2025, but you're getting a fourth. So you got 3 good offers. The Packers are offering a 5th first. 4 good offers here. There's 4 really good offers when you think about it.
I'm really because the first 2 offers I was looking, they're great for this year, especially with the depth of the draft. It's not as deep, but it's really top heavy through the first 3 rounds. So the Bills are looking really bloody appealing right now. But what they're offering. So yeah, I would go with Bills offer.
So you don't want you don't want a 3rd first from the Jets or Packers in 2025. This that.
I would rather have the
Holy shit. Just 1st, 3rd, and 5th in 2025 for 58.
Okay, I'll take the Raiders.
Josh McDaniels is. I'm convinced Josh McDaniels is operating the Raiders' war room, Joey.
What? Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? You say that, and then I'm like, what?
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna get a first round pick for that.
So a 1st, 3rd, and 5th next year for 58. The Bears have just offered me a 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th for 59. So you know what? I'm going to be taking the picks. Thank you very much, Chicago.
Well, I can understand that from Chicago. I mean, just look at what they've been looking for.
The Commanders are offering a 1st and 3rd round pick for 74. Jeez. Some of these trades are just a little at this point.
This is just getting ridiculous with some of these trades. Like,
Jerry Jones is.
not gonna take.
4 teams are offering 1st round picks for the 7 Chargers pick at 77. Honestly, I'm going to take the Cowboys. They're offering a 1st and 3rd. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of. To a division rival. To a division rival, for crying out loud. Broncos are giving up a 1st, 3rd, and 4th for 77. This is just, okay, we're taking the Broncos draft capital. Now the Bills are offering a 1st round pick. Niners, Bills, and Eagles are offering the Browns a 1st round pick. Falcons are offering a 1st and 2nd.
Okay, I just next year's draft without even drafting yet. Okay? I mean, what the hell is going on with some of these drafts?
So the Buccaneers did not get a trade offer for 86. So you are on the clock, Joey. Finally get to make a pick for Tampa here. Here's who's still available. Jack Boyer is still available if you want an edge. Braylon Allen still available. Trey Benson still available. Will Shipley to compete Sean Tucker for carries. There's a lot of Xavier Legette still available. Yeah. Yeah. Wisconsin, my number 3 running back's on the board. Trey Benson, Florida State is on the board. The I have is and Xavier going to the Eagles at 32, available at 86. Top receiver on the board, by the way. You look like a genius. Now you get a really good round picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the joy of a deep draft.
I mean, you could make Dallas or Buffalo trade on pick. I'm going to see what you could do with I'm going to see what you could do here. What you'd have to give up to get 89. I'm just spitballing here. 122, 198, not enough. Let's see what other picks. We'll throw in a fifth. It's only letting you trade so it's basically only letting you trade day 3 picks or 86 or 90. So, you'd have to give up 121, 122. That's not worth it for an extra pick in the 3rd round. That's not worth it.
No, absolutely not. I'm looking at 3 guys right here. Will Shipley, Tyler Newman, and Nate Wiggins.
Tyler Newman's off the board. Tyler Newman's gone, but Cole Bishop's available.
Okay. Interesting. Who have I taken so far with the Bucks? I've had so many trades going through them. I think I made one pick.
I don't know if you've picked anybody for Tampa. Shadur Sanders went to Seattle at 24, and we picked 3 players for the Chargers: Bauer, Franklin, and Corum. And the Browns took Jordan Morgan. So you haven't made a pick for Tampa yet. This is your first pick for Tampa.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
So, with the Bucks offensive line playing so well, Baker Mayfield playing so well, I've got 2 options. I can go with defense, with Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins is gone. Max Melton's available, the Rutgers corner. Cole Bishop, the Utah safety, is available. So is Rod Moore and Malachi Moore. If you want an offensive tackle, Jack Nelson of Wisconsin's there, but I don't think you want a tackle.
And so I'm getting some really good players right now.
Leggett and Malachi Corley are steals at this point at receiver if you want a Mike Evans replacement, but at the same time,
I think something that needs upgrade for the Bucs offense to really go is the running back position. And I think that overall player there is Will Shipley. So I'll take Shipley.
I like Braylon Allen a lot more. Shipley's good, but I think Allen's better in pass pro. But Shipley, really nice north-south runner. I do think he's a high-end starter. Go ahead.
I think Allen is a better pass blocker, which is really important in the NFL. But I think that a pure runner is going to hit the gaps and see things. I got to look at Shipley as a guy that's going to give me 4 to 5 yards a pop, somewhere in between there, whenever he runs the ball, where Allen's going to be more of a 3rd down situational guy starting out. I think Shipley can come in right in immediately.
Yeah, nobody made you a trade offer at 90. I might make you a trade offer with Seattle because I'm looking at what I have here. I've got 123, 125. I'm going to see if I can offer you 125, 142. And I'm going to see if I can offer you 125, 142, and a 4th rounder next year. That's not enough to move up. So, okay. But it's not, we're just collecting more draft picks. So the Buccaneers, you're up again, Joey. Yeah, I traded the Cardinals. The Cardinals gave me a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for 88. So I moved out of that spot with Seattle and took the Cardinals draft capital for next year. Just this simulator makes it too easy to acquire day 1, day 2 picks. Cole Bishop's still there. Leggett is still there, and the simulator's suggesting you pick Leggett. So Leggett and Cole Benson are both still there at 90.
Benson at running back. Just drafted running back.
Yeah, you just drafted Benson. You could get Leggett, the South Carolina receiver. He's still 6'3", 227. Perfect replacement to Mike Evans. 6'3", 227, 4.3 flat. Might be faster than Evans, too, in terms of 40 time. Not as...
I don't know how you can have a perfect replacement for Mike Evans of all people. He's probably going to be a first-style Hall of Fame. I don't think anybody's a perfect replacement for that.
But this is as close to perfect as you're going to get. This point in the draft, Leggett.
Yeah. Yeah, because there are a few really good receivers left on the board.
Yeah, you could wait for a receiver and take Cole Bishop, too. It's risky, but you could do that. Or you could try to trade up for a receiver. So you're just saying pick Leggett no matter what? You don't want to try to trade up for Cole Bishop?
No, I'm not. I'm just...
All right, Leggett's the pick then.
I'm trying to spell his name, and the only thing his name, it reminds me of somebody from Robin Hood Men in Tights yelling out, "Again!" It's like, and I'm like, God damn it.
Okay. I could get all right, so the Chargers are back up. Jaheim Bell. Tyleik Williams, defensive lineman, Ohio State. He's the guy who knocked who caused Joe Alt and Sam Hartman to collide with each other. He's still there in round 4 at 112. He's a perfect replacement for Sebastian Joseph Day. That's a great... Let's get him. That's a great pickup for the Chargers. The Falcons just took Spencer Rattler at 120, Joey. The Falcons. They're going to replace Desmond Ridder with Spencer Rattler. I mean, at this point, you're just looking at Arthur thinking, you feel bad that the Falcons GM got high with Willie Nelson, because even Willie Nelson's smart enough not to pick Spencer Rattler. It's like, I mean, the Falcons replacing Spencer Desmond Ridder with Spencer Rattler. What do you think of that? That's just a crazy move, Joey. It's like,
it's not a great trade-off, but it's not a bad trade-off.
I mean, you're getting him in the 4th round compared to the 3rd. I had a 3rd round grade on him on Rattler, so you're getting him around later. I had a 2nd on Ridder. You're getting him in round 3, so the value's there. Rod Moore, the Michigan safety, 92 on the big board, is available at 121. AJ Jefferson's there if you want to bring in competition for they have him at 97. I don't think he's that high of a pick. Vlad McConkey is there. Tyler Van Dyke is still on the board. I have a 1st on Tyler Van Dyke.
Okay, what team am I picking for?
Buccaneers. You could get Van Dyke as a... That's just... I have a 1st on Van Dyke, so you get him this late at 121, and you have back-to-back picks, by the way. So you don't have to pick... The quarterback for Miami, Tyler Van Dyke. I have a 1st round grade on Tyler Van Dyke. You're getting him in the 4th round, and you don't have to start him. He's basically your backup to Baker Mayfield if you don't want to re-sign Trask. That's a great bargain at this point in the draft.
That would be a great bargain.
And you have the next 2 picks. That's the next. Will Shepard, the Vanderbilt receiver, still on the board. So if you don't think you can pay both, If you don't think you can pay both Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, you could just Shepard here and you can load at receiver. Vlad McConkey's also there, but I think Shepard's a better prospect than McConkey. More athleticism.
And also, tight end, is Luke Lachey still there?
Best tight end on the board is Gadsden out of Syracuse, but I do think he's a 3rd to 4th round prospect. He's listed at 111. What tight end do you say?
Luke Lachey?
No, he's not there.
No. Okay.
The top corner on the board is Iowa State's TJ Tampa, one of Jim Nagy's Senior Bowl candidates out of Iowa State. TJ Tampa going to Tampa Bay. It's very fitting. I'm not sure if that's who you want to pick here, but it's a cool name, cool last name, TJ Tampa, and he gets drafted by Tampa Bay. He's the top corner on the board if you want to pick him here. I'm like Rod Moore and Tyler Van Dyke here. Rod Moore at safety and Tyler Van Dyke at quarterback are the two players I would pick here, but there's a lot of good talent here. Best overall player is McKinley Jackson on the defensive line for Texas A&M.
Van Dyke is really tempting because
this is the thing. If you do not take Tyler Van Dyke, I'm going to take him with Seattle's next pick, and then I'll have a Robert Griffin III Kirk Cousins situation in Seattle with Geno as the starter.
That prospect pick, I'm just going through my options.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to miss something. Because I know there are a couple really good prospects on the board.
Yeah, there are. There's quite a few.
So I don't want to miss anything. So what are my next picks?
You have 121. You have 121 and 122. You have the next two picks.
Okay. So in that case, I will take Van Dyke because I do have a couple more picks, and that will just narrow down my search.
Yeah. So Tyler Van Dyke goes to Tampa at 121. One pick after Spencer Rattler. And you're getting much better value, in my opinion. Rod Moore is the best safety available. Safety, but you could also get Will Shepard, Cedric Gray, and Junior Colson of Michigan are both there. TJ Tampa and Mike Ristel out of Michigan are both there at corner. You could take Harrison Mevis is 317. You want to take a kicker until like 6th or 7th round anyway. Gadsden at tight end is there. Audric Estime, my number 4 running back, is still there. But you already drafted Shipley. Robert Scott Jr. is there. McKinley Jackson's listed as, but the Rod Moore is probably the best player to position a need because if Winfield leaves, you're going to need 2 safeties, not just one. You're going to need 2 safeties as starters. Rod Moore, I think Rod Moore in the 3rd round is good value, but here at 122, 30 picks later, that's really good value. Like, I'm actually considering Rod Moore if you pass on him here. That's how much I like Rod Moore, that if you pass on him here, I'm going to take him with one of my next 2 picks with Seattle at 123 or 125.
Yeah, because there are a couple really good safeties left. I believe I have not heard you say that Jack Howell from Colorado State's been taken. He's a really good safety as well.
Let me see who's on the board. Malachi Moore is still on the board. Lathan Ransom. Jalen Catalon is still on the board. Josh Proctor is still on the board. But yeah, Damani Richardson. The Colorado State safety is not listed in the database. But yeah.
He is in my opinion, he is the one for 50, top 150.
If you do not want Rod Moore, I will give you 123 and the 7th round pick you traded me to Seattle back. You'll get that pick back, and I will move up for Rod Moore if you do not want to pick him here. You'll get, because I have 123 and 125 with Seattle. I have both of those selections, Joey. So I will give you 123 and the 7th round pick I got from you. It just to move up a spot. They're not allowing me to do that. They think that's a shitty deal on your end. So, okay, how about 240? I'm trying. The simulator's not. I offered both 7th round picks, 245 and a 7th next year, and the simulator's saying no, that's a shitty deal for Joey.
Okay, well, offer me a 6.
That did bump it up, but
it didn't go through.
Basically, I have to trade 123 and 125, or it won't let me approve the trade. I'm not going to do that. So go ahead and take more. I'm not going to do that with what's available.
I'll take Jack Howell. I think he is.
What position is Howell? What Howell? What Howell? What position is Howell? He's not on the board, Joey. He's not on the simulator.
God damn it.
Either he's been.
He's a really good player.
You can take TJ Tampa, or you can take Rod Moore, you can take Malachi Moore out of Alabama, or you can take Lathan Ransom out of Ohio State. There's still quite a bit of safety options.
Yeah, it is a really good safety class. So,
and you can take Will Shepard if you don't want a safety here. You could take Shepard. That would give you the flexibility to move on from Godwin if you don't want to pay him too much money. Because it's up to you, though. I think you need a safety more than a second receiver at this point. That's just my 2 cents.
They really don't like me here in this situation. Not true.
Tyron. Jalen Ford, the Texas linebacker, Rod Moore, Michigan.
Again?
Rod Moore, Michigan.
Rod Moore?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take him.
Yep.
I do need a safety, and Moore was one of the guys I was looking at earlier. So he's still on the board. I'll go that way.
Yep. There's just a lot of talent available. Audric Estime, the Notre Dame running back, my number 4 running back, is still there. I might go with him. I'm seeing what options are available. I don't like any of these interior offensive linemen. Ooh, Zach Frazier, West Virginia center, is still there. That might be a sneaky good. Yeah, that might be a player. I know Seattle drafted Oluwatime out of Michigan, but the value there with Frazier is just too good to pass on. He played both left guard and center at West Virginia. I just think the value there is too good. Oronde Gadsden's also still available. The Seahawks do lose 2 of their 3 tight ends to free agency. We also do need an inside linebacker. Cedric Gray is the suggested pick. I'm going to go through Cedric Gray's because I'm debating between Cedric Gray, because the Seahawks lose 3 inside linebackers to free agency. But I want to have an offensive player to complement my quarterback, Shadur Sanders. So I'm going to lock in on Oronde Gadsden. I think he's the last tight end available with starter potential. And we're losing Noah Fant. We're losing another tight end, Colby Parkinson. We have Will Ship Disley for 1 more year, and that's it. I think Gadsden can be a K-Dot and type value pick for Seattle at 123. Bills are offering me a 4th, 6th, fourth, 3, 6, and a 7th. Eagles are offering me a 2nd, 4th, and 7th. Packers are offering me a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th next year. I mean, some of these trades are just too ridiculous to not turn down. I mean, I'm going to accept the Packers deal here. Chargers at 127. The Ravens are offering us. The Broncos were willing to give us a 4th, 6th, and 7th, and 147 for 127. I'm tempted to say yes to that, but I don't really deep draft. So I'm looking at my options here if I'm the Chargers. Let's get, if Zach Frazier's still on the board, get Zach Frazier, and we're gonna, because now we can cut our center, Corey Linsley, and we have somebody ready to step. The simulator gave me a C+ grade, but I think that's really good value, Joey. Zach Frazier in the 4th round with the Chargers, so I already took the liberty in picking him, knowing that if we want to somebody, so I already took the liberty without consulting you. I apologize for not consulting with you because you are my co-GM on the Chargers. But it's the 4th round at this point. I don't think you really are too upset with me over that. Seahawks, we're getting a 4th, 6th, and 7th, and a 6th for 135. You know what? I'm going to do that. That's a good deal for me. And the Browns are back up in the 5th round, and they did not get a trade offer. So best player on the board is Ladd McConkey. Alabama safety Malachi Moore is there. Will Shepard is also there, Joey. So you got quite a bit of options with the Browns. Will Shepard fell to round 5. Are you going to lock in on Shepard with the Browns receiver situation? I mean, there's a lot of good options here, Joey. Malachi Moore and Shepard all made it to round 5. You do not have any trade offers. Joey, it's the Browns, it's the 5th round. Oh, okay, I'm making sure my sound is on. No, it's on. My sound's on. You want Shipley? You're up, man. I can't hear you. I don't know if it's an audio issue on your end, but what do you want to do here? It's the 5th round. I can hear you. I can hear you. No worries. No worries, man. You were up. You do not have a trade offer for 38. And Dunkley both fell to the Browns in round 5, as did Alabama safety Malachi Moore. So you got quite a bit of options here, man.
Okay, let me pull up my...
Because you like Will Shepard. I know PFN is a 3rd on Shepard. I think he's closer to the 3rd or 4th round range, but to get him in round 5 this late is kind of a steal. I mean...
Okay, oh, shit. Now I'm going to pay attention on working here. Okay, yeah, Malachi Moore is a good safety. The Browns are really deep at safety right now.
I don't...
The Browns are deep all over the defensive backfield.
I think there's depth at corner.
They don't even miss a beat.
I don't think the Browns are as deep at safety as you're making them out to be. But if you want Conkley or Shepard here, I can respect that.
They're 4 deep. And if you're 4 deep at safety, that's...
I think the Bills are 4 deep at safety. Now, the Browns, I don't think, are 4 deep at safety.
I think the Browns are 4 deep, but the thing is, one of those 4 is open. And how many moves he has left, I don't know. Which is what makes Malachi Moore so intriguing, because he does come from a discipline-intensive system, something like Jim Schwartz runs. So it does make that intriguing, and it is a fit. That being said,
Are there any other positions you want me to look at?
So many good prospects right now.
Yeah, are there any other positions besides McConkey, Moore, and Shipley you want me to look at? Like any other positions, like D-line, linebacker, top D tackle available?
Defensive line, I don't think is
Yeah,
much
top.
of an issue.
Yeah, top linebacker available is Junior Colson, Michigan. Curtis Jacobs is there. Omar Spites is there. Jalen Ford, who was a big Senior Bowl prospect that Jim Nagy and the Senior Bowl team are watching, is there. There's a lot of Jalen Moore, Texas. Jalen Ford, Texas linebacker that Jim Nagy thinks is a Senior Bowl candidate. 170 is way too low for him. I think he's a third to fourth round pick. 170 is way too low for him on the simulator. You got to move him up like 30 spots at least, minimum. You don't have to move him up into the top 100, but he's got to be in the top 150. That's way too low for him. Like, I'm actually considering him with my next Seattle pick if you don't pick him here. Ford is an awesome value pick at this point. But I think you've narrowed it down to Shepard and Ford and Moore. It's one of those three. You just haven't decided yet.
I'll go with Ford here because I think the Browns lack depth at linebacker, and Ford I think has a lot of potential to be a good starter, especially with we looked at earlier the free agent at linebacker for the Browns. So
yeah, the 49ers have offered a first and fourth round pick for 142. It's at the tipping point where I have to scream like Urinating Tree does on his YouTube channel with how lopsided these trade offers are. I mean, this is worse than giving up 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. You're giving up a first and fourth for a fifth-round pick. This is worse than giving up 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance.
it's bordering on the ridiculous with some of these trade offers.
The Panthers have offered a first, third, and sixth. The Eagles have offered a first, second, and sixth. Yeah, I mean, they might just take the
You don't offer first
and seconds for fifths. This is just, yeah, but I'm going to take the Howie Roseman deal. If Howie Roseman's going to do something this idiotic, I'm going to take advantage of it. The Jaguars are offering a first, fourth, and seventh for a fifth-round pick. How do the Raiders have another 2025 one? I thought they traded it away. Are you kidding me? The simulator? Is the simulator not giving us our picks and just trying to...
Or are the Raiders just shitting out picks just randomly?
Yeah, because some of these teams have already traded their first rounders. Yeah, I mean, the top player on the board would be Junior Colson. Really, if you get rid of Kendricks, Junior Colson is a nice replacement. He can come in and compete with Henley. Could also go Will Shepard here, and he would replace Josh Palmer in a year from now. But we already have Darius Davis, so I don't think the urgency to draft Will Shepard is there in Charger land, even though he's the best player on the board. Lathan Ransom's also a nice value pick this late, but I'm leaning Colson because we can buy out Kendricks, and then Colson and Henley can compete for that other linebacker spot. Or they can start if we can't bring back Kenneth Murray. I don't know. This is tough to say. I do like Audric Estime. I have Estime as a second-round grade, and he's there. I'm tempted to take him, but I know he's not really a need for the Chargers. What are you thinking, Joey? You are my collaborative partner on the Chargers.
I think Shipley is a really nice pick in that position.
Yeah, Will Shepard, the Vanderbilt receiver. Yeah. He's available. We'll take him at this point. The Raiders offered Browns a first-round pick. We're declining because I know the Raiders already traded a first away. I mean, I don't really feel like poaching from... The Ravens offered a first, third, and sixth for 156. I feel like you might do that just to piss off the Ravens. Just because the Ravens are the Browns' rival. And you just do not want... the Ravens to have a first-round pick next year. So the Buccaneers are up, and you do not have a trade offer for this pick. Top player on the board is Lathan Ransom. Junior Colson's also there if you want a linebacker replacement to Devin White. Connor Colby, the Iowa left guard, is there. Curtis Jacobs, Penn State linebackers there. Estime, my number 4 running back, who I have graded ahead of Shipley, is there. Joe Milton is there, but Torrey Horton, a Colorado State receiver who has 0 drops on targets, is still there in round 5. Ooh, that's like, yeah, that's, how the hell is he still available this late? I would take Horton here off of value alone, but I don't think you want to draft 2 receivers with the Bucs. You already have Trey Palmer, and you have another good receiver, so it's like, but Horton's available if you want to pick a receiver. Junior Colson's there at linebacker. Omar Spites is there. Deshaun Pace, Jack Kaiser is there. Peyton Wilson, Steel Chambers. There's some linebacker options for Tampa here. Pritchett, the Auburn corner that I had a 2nd to 4th round grade on. I had a 2nd round grade on Pritchett in 2021 and a 4th on him in I had a 4th on Pritchett in 2021, a 2nd on him in 2020. I had a 4th on Pritchett in 2022 and a 2nd on him in 2023. He went back. Pritchett is available. Nehemiah Pritchett, Auburn corner. That's a good value pick here. I mean, the Buccaneers are going to need a corner if they cut Carlton Davis. Pritchett's a nice value pick here. Zamiah Vaughn and Tony Grimes for Utah and Texas A&M are also available. There's some good safety still on the board as well. Lathan Ransom fell to round 5, so you could have waited for your safety, but what do you want to do here with the Bucs?
Well, I'm not going to say that, because the Bucs are fit safety either way. They got the 1 star safety, but outside of that, they got free agents, and I'm not sold on those.
Both Antoine Winfield and Ryan Neal are free agents. So both Antoine Winfield and Ryan Neal are free agents. So you could double up and get Ransom and more at safety right here in the 5th round.
Like you said, sure I took a safety early.
You took a safety at 122. You took Shipley, Leggett, Van Dyke, Moore. Those are your only 4 picks with Tampa, and then you stockpiled. Yeah. So I accidentally clicked on Lathan Ransom, but I think that's what you wanted to see. Sorry, that's my fault.
Yeah, it's fine. He's a good safety from Ohio State, so he's got good size, he's got good length.
Best player on the board for Seattle, I'm going to go Connor Colby, Iowa left guard. Nice insurance policy to Damian Lewis, even if we bring him back. So I'm going to pick him here. Broncos are too, but just 166 for a 3rd. I think both of these teams offered me a pick already, so that's why I'm declining. I'm declining out of class, not because I don't want the picks, but I just feel like I'm going Audric Estime, Notre Dame running back here for Seattle. Vikings are offering a 1st, 3rd, and a 6th for 178. I don't think the Vikings gave us a 1st round pick, so I'll take that deal. And now we get to round 7. The Browns offered a 1st, and Titans have made a trade for the Giants. The Titans have offered best player on the board in 190. That's not a bad value pick here. In round 7 to get Jim.
He's a guy I like, but if they're offering me a 1st, well, I'm going to take your route, and I'm going to say, thanks, but no thanks, simply at a class. not being stupid because, unrealistic. You're not going to trade a first for a second. That's just fucking stupid. I'm going to take your route. I'm going to take the high road. That sound good?
Yeah, that's cool. I'm cool with that. It's not Muhammad III also available in round 7. That's tough because they're both.
I love the second generation guys. Who's the first one?
Jimmy Horn Jr., Colorado, son of Joe Horn, and Moose Muhammad III, son of Mushin Muhammad.
I've heard a lot of good things about Horn out of Colorado.
Yeah, he's made a few big catches for Shadur at Colorado. He's Shadur's best weapon outside of the tight end.
Yeah, so I'll go with Horn. But Horn and the tight end that you mentioned, who are the two guys I'm really looking at outside of Sanders on that offense. So I'll go there because I believe under Coach Prime and with his father, he'll be ready to come in and play some type of role.
Dorian Singer, the USC receiver that I had a 3rd-round grade on, is still there. So I'm going to I'm going to take Dorian. I should have consulted you with the Chargers, but it's the 7th round at this point. That's a player I really wanted.
3rd round, just go with it. Yeah. 3rd round, go with it.
Offers, you do have Dallas offering, Baltimore offering, Texans offering a first. A lot of these trades are just not realistic.
I don't think any of the trades are realistic.
Now, Muhammad's available for Tampa if you want to get him as that second receiver this late. Christian Haynes, Iowa left. Moose Muhammad III, the Texas A&M receiver, still there in round 7. As is Decorian Clark, UCLA. Christian Haynes, the Connecticut left guard that the Senior Bowl looked at, is available in round 7 too. He's an interior O-lineman. You could take him at 198. He's one spot above Moose Muhammad III. If you want to add some depth to the interior O-line in the 7th round.
Haynes would be a good developmental prospect for the interior. So I'll go with that because at some point they're going to need some depth over there.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle, I'm looking at Moose Muhammad, but I'm also looking at Fuaga. Fuaga is the right tackle in Oregon State, but he can kick inside to guard. I'm going to take Tallis Fuaga, Oregon State. Nagy has a 3rd-round grade on him, so I'm going to take him in round 7. And the Buccaneers are back on the clock at 205. Moose Muhammad's still there at 205. Corian Clark, UTSA. Benjamin Eurosek, Stanford tight end. Ben Sinnott, Kansas State tight end are there. Mevis is there if you want a kicker. I mean, he made a 61-yard field goal to beat Kansas State. Just saying that is on the table. Joshua Gray, the Oregon tackle, is still there. And Kieran Amaj-Gadji, the Yale left tackle that we liked in the summer, also still there at 205. Those are both bargains at 205. Gray, Oregon State offensive tackle, and Amaj-Gadji, the Yale tackle. Those are both bargains in the 7th round, in my opinion. If you took an offensive tackle, it's like you might take one of those guys with 207 with the Browns now. It's like just the value that late is incredible.
Yeah, right now I'm just looking through some potential value picks and guys that are out there, but have potential, so on and so forth. It's 7th round, done the draft with potential. For Tampa Bay, correct?
Yep. And then you pick again at 207 and 2 picks from now with the Browns.
I'm going to go with a guy who has a lot of upside, may not have heard of him, but could really help, maybe not this year, but in the years to come. I'm going to go with Georgia State linebacker Shamir McCollum.
Let's see if he is on the board.
Oh, he's on the board. He's projected to be an undrafted free agent. He's more than likely on the board.
Yeah, I'm looking through. J.D. Bertrand is available. Jackson Mitchell, Justin Flo. I'm just looking.
You're going to have to go way down beyond that.
Yeah, I'm at the 295, 296 list. I'm in the 400s. I'm now in the 600s.
Down around 600. So,
Tyler Grubbs,
nobody's
Louis.
heard of.
He's not in the 600s. He's not in the 600s. I'm looking for him though. What's the name again?
Shamar, Shamar McCollum, McCollum.
Yeah, Shamar McCollum. I'm looking for that name. Jackson Sherman, who had 100 tackles in the Pac-12, is 897. Shamar McCollum is not on the board, but Jackson Sherman is. Maybe I'll try edge rusher. Maybe he's an outside linebacker.
Yeah, because he's a linebacker, so okay, that may work. He may be an edge rusher. He may be put under edge rusher.
Yeah. Xavier Thomas. No, not under edge rusher.
Yeah, because he is a small school guy.
I get it, but he's not on the simulator. He's not available.
Yeah, that's the thing with doing mock drafts early like this. Like a lot of guys aren't going to be there. But yeah, give me the other guy you.
Jackson Sherman, he had over 100 tackles at Cal. He's in the 800s, but he was the only Pac-12 linebacker with over 100 tackles last year in 2022.
Well, so what I'm looking at in round 7 for defense tackles, I'm looking for guys that can start off playing special teams, get their feet wet, and learn their craft, and have tremendous upside. So
Yeah.
that's where I'm going. And if you're a sure tackler, if you got the athleticism, you should be able to fit into
Jackson Sherman, middle linebacker, California. All right. Dolphins, Colts.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that play.
Dolphins and Colts have offered first-round picks to move up. I don't think you're interested.
No. Jamal McCollum, linebacker, Georgia State.
He's not on the board, Joey.
Yeah, I'm just trolling. I know, I'm just trolling.
Yeah.
That probably is. I'm good.
You've already taken a tackle, a linebacker, a receiver.
Yeah,
Top running backs on the board are Marshawn. Yeah, this is for the Browns in round 7. Marshawn there, as is Carson Steele in round 7. Theo Johnson, the Penn.
Ty Hamilton's still there.
What position is he?
He's a tackle, Ohio State. Ty Hamilton.
I know, but Howard Cross III, the Notre Dame defensive tackle that stood out in Duke game, is still on the board. I'm not sure why. He's 279. He's listed at 279. That's way too low for him. He's a 4th or 5th round pick for me right now. Could move into the 3rd round with a good Senior Bowl. I think 279 is way too low for him.
Take him. Yeah, take him.
No, he's there. The Chiefs are offering a 2nd, 5th, and 7th for 221. These deals are just, I don't want to do these deals simply because
Yeah, don't do any deals at this point. It's all going to be stupid.
they're all unrealistic, and that's what we got to do. If we do it next week when we do the trades for Pittsburgh and Green Bay, we need to make a rule that we'll only agree to a trade if it adds up on the trade value chart for both teams. Or we'll limit ourselves to one trade, because this has been out of control.
Yeah, it's gotten really stupid how these simulators are just throwing.
I'm going to go with Prickett here. I'm going to go with Maya Prickett, Auburn corner in round 7. Wait, oh shit, that was your pick, the Buccaneers, but it's round 7. I don't think that the Buccaneers were your team. I mean, Prickett is really good corner. I mean, he was a 2nd, 4th round pick at one point, so you're getting him in round 7. That's really nice value.
Yeah, it's one of the things you never unlearn talent. You may have hardship, other things may happen, but you don't unlearn it.
Brendan Rice, the son of Jerry Rice, is available in round 7. We're going to charge. Yeah. I've already drafted 3 receivers with the Chargers, but the value, I just feel like that's too good to pass on at this point. Yeah, even though I posted even though Dorian Singer dominated against San Jose State, Brendan Rice has been more consistent since that opener against San Jose State. He's been the most consistent receiver on USC. So, you know what? Screw it. We'll take a 4th receiver. He cannot go undrafted. And now we have another Chargers-Browns sandwich where the Chargers have back-to-back picks. And these offers because they're not realistic, not because I don't want to make a trade. It's just, it's not fun. It's like the trade offers are so bad, they take the fun out of doing this at this point. And I'm going to take another son here. I'm going to go with another running back in round 7. I'm going to go with Frank Gore Jr. I'm going to gamble on him unless you've got a different plan. We already took the Chargers. We don't need him. It's a luxury pick at this point. I'm going to see what's available at tackle. Okay, so Gray and the Yale tackle are both available. I think Gray's a better fit at right tackle. I think the Yale tackle's more of a left tackle. So I'm going to take Joshua Gray, Oregon State right tackle here at 237. Chargers do need an upgrade at right tackle. I'm going to go with Gray. Now, the Eagles have offered a 3rd, 4th, and 7th for 238. I'm guessing you're declining that. Even though you'd love to fleece Howie Roseman, you're going to decline that.
It got really quiet.
What do you want to do here? You're on the clock. It's 238, and the Eagles have offered you a 3rd, 4th, and 7th for 238. You have 2 picks left if you decline the Eagles' offer. I mean, you could take the picks, and you'd still have a selection left. I mean, they're 3rd, 4th, and a 7th for 238 in next year's draft. I mean, there's not really any but.
Yeah, personally, I want to take the deal just so I only have 1 pick left so we can get through it because I know
TalkShoe paused the recording, so I'm trying to figure out easiest way to reload. The Chargers have a pick left. Damani Richardson, Roman Hemby, Aubrey Banks, Sheridan Jones, Fentel Cypress, Corey Brooks, the Alabama receiver at underclassman. Was this? So Jack Howell finally shows up at Colorado State safety. That's the guy you were, wasn't that the guy you told me about, Joey? Jack Howell, safety, Colorado State?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, he finally showed up on the simulator. It's like he disappeared and then he appeared at 240. Let's take him to end the draft because I don't think we picked a safety yet. And you are my co-GM, so we'll take him here. It's long overdue for him. Colts have 2nd, 5th, and 6th for the Steelers for a 7th round pick. I think you already got a 1st from Pittsburgh. You could do this and just end your draft if there's nobody. It's the Browns. You get a 2nd, 5th, and 6th from the Steelers. You get to poach draft capital from the Steelers.
Yeah, let's just make that. So,
245. I'm getting a 2nd and 6th for the Ravens. 2nd and 4th from the Panthers. I'm going to do the 2nd and 4th from the Panthers because some of these trade offers are really good. Joey does have 246 and 247. He did not get a trade offer for either pick, so you have 2 selections left, and then we're done. Didn't get a trade offer here. I can see if no. So there's if there's nobody on the board, I might make you an offer. Just for Seattle. I want to see what I did with the Seahawks. So I did not draft a linebacker. Yeah. Jack Kaiser's still there. I'm going to make you an offer for one of your picks. So I can't offer you a pick in next year's draft. The simulator won't let me do that. Yeah. Whatever. Okay. Ja'Cory Brooks is the best. Best player on the board is Ja'Cory Brooks out of Alabama. He's there in round 7. So Devin Leary is there if you want another quarterback. Marshall running back Rasheen Ali is there. Is there any particular position you're looking at?
for the Browns,
Buccaneers.
or for the
Buccaneers are the last team on the clock, and then we're done with this.
Honestly, no, there's not. The safety, maybe if we can get a linebacker or corner.
Kenny Logan Jr., Kansas safety. I'm just looking at the safeties available. Yeah, I mean, let's go. Best corner on the board is Fentrell Cypress, Florida State.
Yeah, let's go with it.
He is a suggested pick. And then you've got one more selection. Best linebacker on the board is Chico Bennett Jr. But you already got Jackson Sermon. Peyton Wilson of Auburn is there. The 2 Notre Dame linebackers are available. Bertrand and Jack Kaiser. You could take Mevis. Your kicker's a UFA. Mevis made a 61-yard field goal. You could just take the kicker because McLaughlin is a free agent. And the number 1 kicker, Harrison Mevis, is still there.
I've got one. I don't know if it's on your simulator yet, but we're going to give it a shot. Rashad Wisdom, UTSA.
What position?
Another special team guy. WISD-O-M.
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see UTSA. I see Sear Peoples. I see Xavier Henderson. Rashad Wisdom. Rashad Wisdom, 755. Rashad Wisdom. I think that's who you wanted.
He's on there. Excellent.
Awesome. So that's your last pick, and the simulator decides to give you an F grade and be an asshole. Well, I'll look at the grades for the teams here. The Browns got an A+ for Jimmy Horn Jr., a D+ for Howard Cross, and a C+ for Morgan and Ford. The Chargers got an A for Bowers. Should get an A+. Bowers at 15 is an A+, in my opinion. Corum's an A. Franklin B+. Williams A+ in the 4th round. Zach Frazier a C+. Brendan Rice a B. Gray a C. Howell a B+. I thought the Chargers had a really good draft, but they needed our help as a team to turn around. Shadur Sanders, Gadsden, Colby, Estime. So we went all offense for Seattle and neglected the defense. That's why we're not doing John Schneider's job. Will Shipley got an A. Leggett got an A+. Van Dyke got a B+. Rod Moore got an A+. Lathan Ransom A+. Lathan Ransom B+. Hayes A. Jackson Sermon D+. Prickett an A. Cypress a B+. And Wisdom an F. So that's it.
Well, okay, I can understand it because he was drafted to be a special teams guy, and if you draft somebody to be a special teams guy and they're not a kicker, they're probably going to get up, no matter where you draft them. So I can understand it.
Okay, so I've got the Buccaneers got a first-round pick from the Raiders in 2025. The Seahawks got the Bears' first-round pick and the Commanders' first-round pick. So the Seahawks have 3 first-round picks. The Chargers have 2 first-round picks. The Browns have the Falcons' first-round pick. Seahawks got a 4th first-round pick from Arizona. And we got a 5th first-round pick from the Eagles. So we got 6. So I managed to get 6 first-round picks in 2025 with the Seahawks. 6. That's incredible. I managed to turn. I've got 5 additional teams: Vikings, Eagles, Cardinals, Commanders, and Bears. I got those 4 teams to trade me their first-round picks. So, I've got, and the Buccaneers have 3 first-round picks now when you take the draft capital into consideration, So the trade recaps are up. Pretty cool stuff to see the trades on the simulator, but we got a lot of other topics to get to. I'm not going to go through all of them again. We just have a lot to get to, guys. Believe me. Well, for starters, I'm going to quickly run through my NBA. We'll give you a Texas-Oklahoma update on that game, the Red River Shootout. But yes, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna go through my top 10 in the Western Conference. So here we go from 1 to 10. Number 1 is the Nuggets. Number 2 is the Los Angeles Lakers. 3 is the Golden State Warriors. 4 is the Phoenix Suns. 5 is the Sacramento Kings against Phoenix. 6 is the Clippers against the Warriors. 7 is the Pelicans as the first play-in team. I've got the Spurs as the second play-in team. The Rockets as the third play-in team. And the Timberwolves as the fourth play-in team. With the Spurs getting a chance to lock up the 8th seed with a win. And if they don't, then the Spurs would play the Spurs and Clippers win. Spurs and Pelicans win. Pelicans get a play-in match with the Spurs for the 7th seed. Loser of that plays the Rockets Timberwolves winner for the 8th seed. So that's my bracket. I think Denver's going to be really good this year. The Lakers are going to be good. They got Jalen Hood-Schifino from Indiana in the draft. Reloaded at point guard in the NBA draft. I think the Warriors are going to be incredible again. They got Chris Paul to pair with Curry and Thompson. Suns are going to be good with Durant and Booker. It's all that star power. Now, they did trade DeAndre Ayton to Portland. Sacramento is going to have their starting 5 back. I've got Sacramento beating Phoenix, and I've got the Warriors, Lakers, and Nuggets. And I've got the Nuggets and Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. And I'm going to go Lakers over Nuggets in a rematch. And I've got a Lakers-Celtics NBA Finals with the Lakers winning. But, the Brewers, the Bucks made that big trade for Milwaukee Bucks made that huge trade, Joey. It was the Bucks ended up trading Milwaukee Bucks ended up trading for Damian Lillard, and the Celtics traded for Drew Holiday after the Bucks shipped off Drew Holiday to Portland. So Drew Holiday's now on Boston, and Damian Lillard's now on Milwaukee with Giannis. So, and that was before we did our Eastern Conference preview last week. So, any thoughts on those moves before we get into the Calder Award predictions quickly and our NFL picks for Week 5, and then we're done.
Let's just be honest here. With these moves, the Bucks and the Celtics may be the two best teams in the NBA. So I don't think there's any question that they should be the two favorites to meet in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
So with that, I mean, two great trades. It should be an interesting season.
Yep, and I've got the Lakers. I've got the Lakers beating the Celtics this year. I've got a Lakers-Celtics rematch with the Lakers winning.
And remember,
And
Lakers and Celtics have accounted for nearly half of all championships ever won in the NBA.
Yep.
So don't let that escape you.
Yep. Quickly going to break down the Calder Award race. Right now, Connor Bedard is the overwhelming favorite to win the Calder in the NHL this season. Number two right now is Logan Cooley, the Coyotes' third pick in the 2022 NHL draft. And I think the guy Joey's going to make a case for to win the Calder is Columbus's third overall pick, Adam Fantilli. I mean, Joey does have the Blue Jackets beating Vegas in the Cup, so I'm guessing Fantilli is going to be your Calder Award winner for Rookie of the Year in the NHL. Only reason I bring this up because it's a wide open race in the Rookie of the Year right now in the NHL, and I wanted to quickly discuss that before we got on the call. So there's a tier list for the Calder. Bedard is in Tier 1. Logan Cooley and Adam Fantilli are in Tier 2 behind Bedard. Devin Levi, the Sabres goalie who came up late in the season. Luke Hughes, the Devils' fourth overall pick, came up for the postseason, didn't play in the regular season. He's in Tier 2. Leo Carlson, second overall pick. Marco Rossi, Dustin Wolf, Calgary Flames, 2019 7th-round pick, is going to be in the NHL this year too, full-time. So there's a lot of candidates. There's 3, 6, 7. There's at least a dozen candidates in the running for the Calder Award for Rookie of the Year. I don't remember the last time there were at least a dozen different candidates in the running to win Rookie of the Year in the NHL. It's insane. This is like the NFL or NBA Rookie of the Year race in the NHL this year. It's absolutely loaded, Joey. I don't remember the last time there were 12 different candidates to win Rookie of the Year in the NHL. I know it happens very frequently in the NFL and the NBA, and we debate it on this podcast, but I'm going to go with, this is tough for me because I'm going to go with Devin Levi, the Buffalo Sabres goalie, as my Calder Award winner because I have the Sabres winning the Atlantic Division as my one seed in the Atlantic Division for the Stanley Cup playoffs. So I'm going to go with Devin Levi, the Sabres goalie, and I'm guessing you're going to take Fantilli. But Connor Bedard is the clear-cut favorite to win Rookie of the Year right now, according to Vegas odds, with Cooley at 2, Fantilli at 3, and Levi at 4. So what are your thoughts on that quickly? And then I promise we'll dive into the NFL games and we'll get this podcast done with.
Yeah, it's a close race. I mean, we were high on a lot of guys coming in, and they have not disappointed.
Yeah, and this is why I told NHL teams in our draft stream, take the best forward on your board and wait for a defenseman in 2024. You know how many defensemen are projected to go in the top 15, Joey? 9. I thought there'd be like 7 or 8. There's 9 defensemen projected to go in the top 15 of the 2024 NHL draft. It's bonkers. This is why I didn't want Reinbacher before 12. Because if you got that many defensemen in your top 15, you take your forward this year, you take the top forward on your board this year, you take your top defenseman next year, you don't overthink it, and keep it simple, stupid. Joey's mantra applies here. This is what.
Yeah, but you don't overthink it, because how many times we see teams cost themselves games, cost themselves.
And I have 20 players. Last year, I only had 11 players. Graded out as first-line players in the NHL. I have 20 players graded out as first-line players in the NHL for the 2024 draft, but I have less blue-chip players. I had 6 blue-chip players in 2023. I only have 2 blue-chip players in 2024, which I think is going to make the lottery for the 2024 NHL draft even more important because winning those lottery picks is really the only way to guarantee yourself a blue-chip player, Joey. It's really the only way. With Macklin Celebrini probably going from Boston U to the NHL with his season beginning tonight, and Cole Yzerman, the left winger on Team USA, 9 goals, 1 assist, 10 points in 4 games. That's a phenomenal start by Yzerman. He's going to Boston University for a year in 2024 before he joins the NHL, but he's a blue chip prospect. If you're getting 9 goals in 4 games and you're the you're a prospect, even if you don't make the immediate jump to the NHL. That's the kind of start, and you're getting those goals against not kids your own age. So that's really what stands out with Cole Yzerman, left winger on Team USA. But yeah.
It's like I always tell people when it comes to drafting, what I mean by keep it simple, stupid when it comes to drafting is don't talk yourself out of the top prospect simply by
drafting for need, because we saw Montreal do it. We saw Montreal pass on the best player on the board to take Reinbacher, and I get it. Reinbacher's the consensus number 1 defenseman, so I'm not going to hate on that pick entirely. Now, Phoenix took my number 3 or number 4 defenseman at 6. They took a player I mocked at 20 at 6. That is overthinking it when the amount of forward talent in last year's draft, guys like Ryan Leonard, Matvei Michkov, guys like that were on the board. You're overthinking it when you let talent like that slip away and you take that player at number 6.
Yeah, it's like, trust your evaluation. Take the guy you want to take. Don't talk yourself out of it by saying, oh man, well, we got this guy, or oh man, this is, he has this weakness, or whatever. Well, by the way, this guy's a top guy. Take him. Don't talk yourself out of a potential Hall of Fame guy at times, which we have seen happen. Just take the guy. I mean, don't ever complicate it. Keep it simple.
Yeah, Reinbacher would be 16th overall in this draft. That's how deep it is on the blue line. That's how deep the defenseman draft is. But I think we'll see forwards go in the top 3, and then we'll see a run like 9 defensemen in the next 11 picks after that, starting at number 4. So that's just a preview of the NHL draft. I'm not going to go over my mock today. We just have too much to cover. But I did want to quickly touch on the award race in the NHL. And on that note, we are going to pivot to Week 5 in the National Football League. Everybody at Draft Utopia is 0-1. We do his family for before Thursday, and the Conglago Bears on running up the score and humiliating everybody at Draft Utopia, because everybody at Draft Utopia picked the Commanders to win against the Bears, and that's obviously not going to happen. I had the Commanders winning 31-7. So I look the worst of all of our staff. Everybody else picked the Commanders straight up. I had the Commanders winning 31-7. I don't look like a guy with egg on my face. I look like a guy with an egg and trash and a paper bag on top of my face with a trash bag on top of the paper bag with egg on my face. That's how bad the Bears made me look. And I give them credit for that. Now
I don't think the Bears anything. They are easily the worst team in the NFL. How did they? Well, let's face it. Cardinals beat the Cowboys, so I guess it can happen.
Well, DJ Moore got me 49 fantasy points in Kerm's league, and I'm playing Bantle in that league this year. We're both 3-1. And if I win that game, I'm 4-1, and then we meet up in Week 6, Joey. So you got an opportunity to hand me my second loss in Week 6 next week. That's pretty fun. But yeah, Lawrence, Cam Robinson, Walker Little are in Walker Little, Scherf. Here's the thing: the Jaguars are moving Walker Little to left guard. I don't agree with the move, but that is what the Jaguars are going to do. They're going to move Walker Little to left guard, and they're going to start Cam Robinson at left tackle, and they're going to start Anton Harrison at right tackle. I would move Robinson inside to guard because right now Walker Little is the 5th highest pass blocking rating on Pro Football Focus. He's a top 5 left tackle in pass block win rate on Pro Football Focus. Don't ruin a good thing. Von Miller is coming back this week. We picked
Good thing. Don't ruin a good thing. Just trade Walker Little to the Browns instead. You'll find that. Don't ruin a good thing. Just make it better.
I love how Joey's roasting the Jaguars for not moving Cam Robinson to left guard by suggesting that the Jaguars trade Walker Little to the Browns. Yeah, I mean, Tre'Davious White's out for the year, but you do get Von Miller back. I think this is going to be a shootout in London. I'm going Bills 34, Jaguars 31. The Bills are favored by 4.5, so I do have the Jaguars covering the spread. And everybody except the Jaguars. We Jaguars winning in the preseason, but the game against the Chiefs, the game against the Texans, I just have more confidence in the Bills right now.
I want to take the Jags because historically they've been amazing, but right now the Bills have the best defense in the NFL.
And the Jaguars still have an injury. Devin Lloyd's still out, so
The Bills are the top defense in the NFL.
yeah.
And I'm not sure how the Jags overcome that, even though they have been better.
And with Devin Lloyd out of the lineup, Chad Moom is going to make his 2nd consecutive start against the Bills. So it's going to be the defensive quarterback, Chad Muma, Wyoming, the offensive quarterback, Josh Allen, Wyoming. Battle of the Wyoming Cowboys in London.
And let's say, there for a few years, Wyoming had the players coming out there. A year or two of them going to be playing each other. So it is going to be a good game.
This is going to be the first game where the Falcons have their.
I think the Bills defense right now is just clicking on both cylinders.
It is.
Unless something like what happened with the Browns.
Yeah, and everybody's betting on the Bills. I mean, nobody's betting on the Jaguars to cover. That's why I love the Jaguars and the points this week in London on the point spread. I'm picking the Bills to win. But the Bills are favored by 4.5. I like the points. I think it's a field goal game, and I like the Jaguars and the point spread. So I like the Jags to cover the spread. So, yeah, so Lisa and Jason are still tied for first, but they dropped from first nationally to fourth. Joey dropped from 4th to 6th, and they all went 12-4. It's just our competition stepped up this week. Leo Sells of Gridiron Experts went 14-2. He was tied with Lisa and Jason in week 4. He went 14-2 when Lisa and Jason went 12-4. So credit to Leo for outperforming us. Sideline Report, a YouTuber that follows me on Twitter, and his buddy T-Web are both 45-19. And, Sideline Report took the Bears to beat the Commanders. So I think Sideline Report is now tied with Leo for the #1 record in the country. So Joey is not upset about falling from 4 to 6 in the standings because he went 12-4 and did his best. It's just our competition outperformed us this week. We have to acknowledge that. It's not that we sucked. It's just that our competition was better. I'm okay with admitting that as a man. If my team busts their ass and does the very best they can, I'm okay with admitting our competition outperformed us when 3 of our staff members go 12-4. Okay? That's not on my staff. That's just a testament to how good our opponents were this week, you know? That's a testament to how good our challengers were. We'll try to do better this week. Now, this is the Falcons' first game with their lineup at full health. But, yeah, I know I just said but like Darrett's pop, but I like the Texans because Tunsil's back at left tackle. Titus Howard's also back at right tackle. You know, and that's the difference. If Tunsil and Howard are back, Stroud is going to have a much cleaner pocket than he's had. And Stroud just hasn't thrown a pick yet. And he played the Steelers. I've got this going to overtime, but I have the Texans breaking Atlanta's heart in overtime. 30-24, Texans win. Kerm, Lisa, Brian, and Jesse did take the Falcons, though. Clark Phillips is back from his injury. He's making his first start at nickel corner, but the Texans just have too much momentum right now. And with Tunsil and Titus Howard back, Stroud's just going to have even more time in the pocket. Unless Bud Dupree and Arnold Ebiketie step up. Falcons are fully healthy, though. And Clark Phillips is back, so they're going to put up a fight. This is not going to be a double-digit blowout.
Make no mistake, guys. I've watched 2 Falcons games this year and part of a third. That defense is no joke. That Falcons defense is primed and it's ready to roll.
Yeah, and if the Falcons can get Bud Dupree, if Bud Dupree and Arnold Ebiketie can get some pressure on Stroud, they're going to make something happen because they have all their corners back. They have Okudah back, they have Clark Phillips back, and they have their number 1 corner, Terrell. So no injuries on the Falcons offense or defense, but I think not having that number 2 receiver next to London and Kyle Pitts and having Jonnu Smith targeted more than Pitts, it's just, ugh. But the Falcons can bleed the clock and run the football. So, you know, if Bijan runs for 200 yards in this game, he will surpass Stroud as the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. But he's got to have a signature 200-yard game this week in order to reestablish himself. Otherwise, I think it's going to be Stroud's offensive Rookie of the Year will be Stroud's to lose. All right. Next up, it is the Panthers and Lions. Do I even need to acknowledge this game? It's like, I mean, the Panthers, Dante Jackson's playing through an injury. Xavier Woods got placed on IR. Lions have everybody back at full health on offense with Jamison Williams back from his suspension. Vaitai could be back for his injury. And, you know, the Lions don't have their strong safety, Gardner Johnson, but they still have Tracy Walker and Kirby Joseph. You know, the Lions are a 10-point favorite. This is just going to be bad. I mean, Frank Reich is going to lose this game. He could hire the Mr. Clean guy to wrestle Dan Campbell, and it's still not going to matter. The Lions are going to win. Although an arm wrestling contest between the Mr. Clean mascot and Dan Campbell would be entertaining as hell. I would pay pay-per-view money to watch that. I know, just the Mr. Clean pop culture reference. What, you're saying that the Mr. Clean guy would have no chance against Dan Campbell in a wrestling match or arm wrestling match?
No. Dan Campbell would not fight fair. Mr. Clean would die.
Yeah. I mean, Dan Campbell does live with Jared Goff's mom. He's like the father figure in the Goff family now. So, you know, it is what it is. Just that was a completely random, but it's like, hey, Mr. Clean versus Dan Campbell would be more entertaining than this Panthers-Lions game. I like Detroit. Detroit's our second lock of the week. Titans head to Indy to take on the Colts. Now, Bernard...
Dan Campbell is the guy that would talk about your mom, but not reveal to you that he had moved in with your mom, and is now your daddy, until you came back for a family reunion. And he'd say, hey, son.
Well, Jared Goff... Well, Dan Campbell moved on Thanksgiving week. So instead of having a Thanksgiving with his family, he had Thanksgiving with the Goff family. Or maybe he invited his family over to have Thanksgiving with the Goffs. Maybe that's how it works. I'd love to ask that question.
Or maybe he just married Jared Goff's mom and said, "Hey, son, how you doing? I'm your daddy now."
I'm laughing because it's funny that it's true.
Dan Campbell is just he is a man's man. He is a cool dude. And, that's why we can make jokes about this, because if he wasn't the man he is, he wasn't the man's man, we'd never be able to do it, and it would not be a good thing.
Yep.
But he's just cool dude, so we can joke about it. So it's what it is, but I love having guys like that around.
Yep. Traylon Burks might be out again, but the Titans are getting Skoronski back. Only injury the Titans have is with Traylon Burks. Everybody else in the Titans is fully healthy. Now, I did take the Colts to win, but the Colts are getting some key players back here. I mean, the Colts, they're getting Jonathan Taylor back. Now, they're not going to have Bernard Raymond at left tackle. Blake Freeman's going to make his second start of the year at left tackle. But he did pretty well in his first left tackle start next to Braden Smith with because the backup left tackle to Raymond is Jake Witt out of Northern Michigan. So he suffered a season-ending injury in training camp. So Colts have to basically play their backup right tackle at left tackle. And luckily for the Colts, Blake Freeman played both offensive tackle spots at BYU. So
I think that's a big deal, because I've heard stupid people say, Deshaun Watson has the best quarterback rating in the NFL against a poor Titan defense. Titan defense is no joke, guys. It is not a joke. They take after their coach, and their head coach is a hard-nosed dude. And while I admit, one or two guys may have been out of position, they weren't backing down. They were going full steam ahead. And if you think that a Colts team with a left tackle situation and a rookie QB.
The Colts also have injuries at right end with Kwity Paye. So Kwity Paye, the Colts' best pass rusher at 43 right end, is out of this game. And DeForest Buckner, the Colts' best interior defensive lineman, is out for this game as well.
Yeah.
That's why I am still taking the Colts, but I do not feel very confident about that. I have the Colts 14, and the Titans are now favored according to Vegas. Joey did take the Colts before the injuries. Joey did pick the Colts before the injuries. I'm still taking the Colts too, but I think it's going to be a defensive game. I don't think this is going to be a shootout, a track meet in Indy like everybody else thinks. I think it's going to be a defensive game. This is going to be a defensive game.
The only reason the Browns won that game was because Deshaun Watson knew he had to get the ball away quick, because he was learning his offense. He knew Jenner Wills couldn't freaking hold back a freaking end with wet tissue tape. Okay? And he's learning to do that. This is a rookie quarterback. The rookie he's not a record. Titans are teams. They're tough. And when you're going, that's going to make it really tough. So that's where you have to look there. He's probably not going to get the ball away as quick as Deshaun Watson would.
Yep. This will be a defensive game. I'm going. Pick the Titans. Jack Leonard might be back this week. Out. And Brian are going to step up, and the Colts are going to win. But it's going to be a defensive game, an ugly game. Orr and Tanya, Trace, West, and Kerm took the Titans. So majority of our staff is taking the Titans. The Armstead got a lock. Got the Dolphins winning 35-10, and everybody's taking the Dolphins. There's nothing after the Giants scoring 3 points on Seattle. There's nothing for me to really say. There's nothing for me to say this match. Yeah. So Christian Gonzalez is out for the year. Yeah.
Overthrowing wide open receivers. He's a running back in quarterback's clothing. Why they gave him that extension, I'll never know. I don't care how big your coaching staff is. If your quarterback is that bad, you're going to be crippled. There's only so much coaching you can do around it.
I think if Daniel Jones is another bad game like this, I think we will see Tyrod Taylor at some point this season. I mean, Dable looked pretty pissed when he took the iPad away from Daniel Jones and threw it on the ground after that pick. Like,
because he has always been a great football mind. I've been following him for the last decade. He's always been a great football mind.
When he was the Patriots receivers coach, he told the team not to draft Chad Jackson. What did the Patriots do? Belichick and McDaniels overruled Dable and draft Chad Jackson. But Brian Dable didn't want to. Yeah, that did not work out well.
Yeah, he is knows what he's doing. He made the most out of Daniel Jones last year. When I went to that game against the Giants, and I said, he was horrific. And you defended him. But I was like, I was there. I could pinpoint how bad he was. And then you went back and he wasn't as good as I thought the first time. Watching him. And that's fair. But being there and seeing him overthrow one receiver, overthrow another receiver, throw the ball at somebody's feet, all over the middle, wide open, but then run for 15 yards. This dude is an overrated running back. That position. He's not even a good running back. He's an overrated running back at the quarterback position.
Yep.
I mean, so giving him an extension, I think managing an iPad over his head by the end of the year, I would say good on you for keeping your restraint.
Yep.
This is going to take a lot of patience.
Saints and Patriots over under is 40. I've got the Saints winning 23-20, but I won't be surprised if this is the week, because I feel like we're due for a game where both Derek Carr and Mac Jones go off and score 30 points on each other. I feel like we're due for that type of game. I will not be surprised if we get a shootout in New England, because Joe Woods is due for a shitty game where he gives up 30 points. And Derek Carr's due for a game where he scores 30 points. And with all of the Patriots' top four corners injured, Gonzalez, Jack Jones, Marcus Jones, Jonathan Jones, with all four of those corners plus Judon injured, I could see the Saints, as bad as their offense is, I could see them getting 30 on the Patriots.
Yeah, Mac Jones, I don't think he's as good as he was billed. I wasn't a huge fan of him coming out. I thought he was overactive. But I think he's a good, serviceable starter.
He's a borderline starter for me.
But if you're looking for a franchise quarterback, you're not going to get it.
Yeah.
He's serviceable.
Yep.
But at the same token, I think you're right. Against this defense, and in this situation, I think he can have success.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I'm going 23-20 and taking the over, but I would not be surprised if we got a 35-31 track meet where Carr and Jones both throw for 300 yards and surprise everybody this week. That would not shock me the least.
Yeah, because Jones, I think, is serviceable enough, but I do think against a bad defense, against Joe Woods, he can have a good game.
I mean, if Bill O'Brien can't outcoach Joe Woods, you really have to begin to question the hiring of him as offensive coordinator. I don't want to question the hiring. I want to remain loyal as a Patriots fan and have faith in Bill O'Brien. But if he can't outcoach Joe Woods, at a certain point, you begin to question the hiring.
It is Mr. Conservative. It is Mr. Make sure all your players are 10 yards back every play. If you cannot outcoach that, hats off to you. Because you're not going to get any pressure, and these guys are going to be 10 yards back every play.
Yep.
You can't outcoach that, there's no hope for you.
Yep. Jesse, Joey, Lisa, Tracy, and Brian took the Patriots. The rest of the staff took the Saints. It was a split decision game. Next up, it's the Ravens and Steelers. Ronnie Stanley's going to be back at left tackle this week. Aitman's going to be back. Odell Beckham could be back, may not be back, but you're going to have Bateman and Flowers back at full health. You're going to have Ronnie Stanley back at left tackle. So that's huge for the offense. Now, defensively, Marlon Humphrey's expected to be back this week. I saw Marlon Humphrey leap in the air when making an interception. He's listed as a limited practice, but he's leaping in the air with a lot of explosion. I think he's playing this week. And with Marcus Williams also back at free safety, the Ravens are pretty much almost at full health now. Outside of Odell Beckham and Morgan Moses, the Ravens have no injuries at the moment. This is the most, and Owa. They're not completely healthy. They're not going to be 100% healthy with Dobbins out for the year, but this is honestly the healthiest the Ravens have looked since week 1 heading into the season. So I'm
going to put it this way. The Steelers and Browns beat the shit out of each other to the point that I will probably never rewatch that game because it made me hurt physically. The Ravens and Browns, the Ravens beat the Browns up. I think the team is demoralized, but they beat the Browns up. I am hoping, honestly, I think I picked the team, but I don't care who wins. I just hope these teams beat each other up. Because I've seen them both.
Steelers have injuries at offensive tackle. Steelers have injuries at offensive tackle, Joey. Both left tackle Dan Moore Jr. and right tackle Okorafor didn't practice Wednesday. Pickett's going to play. Freiermuth is out at tight end. Marcus Williams is back. It's going to be Darnell Washington's first NFL start. Tracy, Jesse, and Tanya took the Steelers. The rest of our staff took the Ravens to win. I've got the Ravens winning and the Steelers covering the spread. 2017, Ravens beat the Steelers by a field goal at Acrisure tomorrow. I think the Steelers are going to keep this close.
I have both defenses beat the crap out of both offenses. And not to the extent that the Browns and Steelers beat each other up, because that was just gruesome to watch. I mean, and I'm a defensive guy. I love defensive games. That was just gruesome. But I hope they beat each other up. Not to the point of the Browns-Steelers game. I hope they beat each other up.
They had a players-only meeting before the Browns game. When the Steelers hosted the Browns, they had a players-only meeting before that game. They had another one of those this week. I expect this game to be physical.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so, okay. I don't want it to be brutal. Because I've already had one of those this season.
Yep.
I was physical pain watching.
Bengals defense is at full health, but Cam Taylor-Britt does have a concussion. If he's out, the Cardinals are going to have a chance to steal this game, especially if Burrow continues to play like he has, because I think they're getting Rondale Moore back from IR this week. Michael Wilson went off last week. I mean, the Cardinals, I picked the Bengals to win 35-10. This is not a lock. Kerm took the Cardinals. You got everybody else taking the Bengals, and then you got Kerm, the one you call the Frog, standing tall, being bold, being audacious, and taking the Cardinals in an upset. So this is not a lock. Just a disclaimer for our audience.
Here's the thing. I mentioned earlier about the thing about this group where Josh Dobbs said the most dangerous person is someone who has nothing to lose. And that is what he is. Okay, you beat the Cowboys. If the Bengals lose, their season's over. They're 1-4.
Yep.
The chances of them making the playoffs are as nil as you will ever find.
Yeah, right now I have the Bengals at 11-6. I've still got the Bengals going 11-6. I've still got the Bengals going 11-6, but I also have the Browns and Chargers at 10-7, and if the Bengals were to lose this game, they would drop to 10-7, and the Browns and Chargers would get in as the tiebreakers, and the Bengals would be out of it due to the tiebreakers. So 10-7 won't cut it for the Bengals. If they go 10-7 and the Chargers and Browns are 10-7, they don't get in. They lose the tiebreakers. So
honestly, I'm wondering if 10 wins will even get you in the playoffs in the NFC.
I mean, that's the thing. 10
2-2 right now.
Right.
2 looks great.
I've got the Bills at 1 at 14-3. I've got the Chiefs and Jaguars both at 2-3 at 12-5. I've got the Ravens at 12-5 as my 4 seed. I've got the Dolphins at 11-6 as my 5 seed playing the Ravens. I've got the Bengals at 11-6 heading to Duval, and I've got the Browns heading to Kansas City. But if the Bengals lose to Arizona, Cleveland would end up playing Jacksonville, and we get a Chargers-Chiefs wild card game in Kansas City as well, following the Week 18 game. So
right now, you have the top teams in the AFC. You have the bottom teams, and then you got a bunch of 2-2 teams.
I've got the Texans at 9-8 now.
It looks really good right now.
I think the most accurate prediction Brian Bayless may have predicted the wild card winners 3 for 3, because in the preseason he had the Bills at 1, Chiefs at 2, he had the Ravens at 3, the Jaguars at 4, Dolphins at 5, Texans at 6, and Bengals at 7. Brian might have it might come down to the Bengals or Browns for that last wild card. Brian might have the most accurate predictions for the wild card round right now, which is crazy to think, because he's the only one who gave the Texans a fighting chance of making the playoffs. Everybody else sort of dismissed the Texans.
I said that they would be surprised, but I didn't think they would do this well. I sure as hell didn't think they'd be playoff worthy. I think they made the most improvements in the draft of probably any team outside the Lions, who I thought had an amazing draft. But at the same time, I didn't expect them to come out firing like this.
Okay, according to Spot Track, the Sooners are beating the Longhorns 27-20 in the fourth quarter. Joey picked Oklahoma to win the Big 12. I picked Texas. And, I'll go back and do film on that game next week. But, we got to get to the Eagles-Rams game. I do have the Eagles winning. Cup, this is going to be the first game with Cup and Puka Nacua here. I've got the Rams covering the spread. The Eagles are favored by 4, but this is going to be the first game with Cup and Nacua. I got the Rams covering the spread 30-28. Eagles win a shootout at SoFi Stadium to remain unbeaten.
Yeah, I don't think it.
Eagles are favored by 4. I think the Rams are actually going to play well enough to cover.
And that's the thing. The Rams have played
really good football without Cooper Kupp. Now they're going to have Kupp and Nacua. I think this is going to be a shootout, and they're going to cover the spread. But the Eagles are going to win. They're going to find a way to win at the end. I actually have the Rams leading the game 28-27 on the final drive before Jake Elliott hits a 50-yard field goal to beat the Rams as time expires. So I actually think the Rams are going to be leading on the final drive, But it's going to be one of those games where the Eagles have the ball last and they do just enough to win in regulation. You know, after last week's overtime scare against the Commanders, they're going to make sure they take care of business this week. But I think it's also going to be one of those games where they're going to be trailing in the fourth quarter and they have to come back, and they do, and they find a way to win.
I think it's going to be a close game. I really do.
Yeah. I think the spread at -4 is a little too high for the Eagles, and I think the Rams can cover that. So looking at the next game, it's the Jets and Broncos. This is going to be a very bad game. I say that because, I mean, I've got the Broncos winning 30-23, but majority of it's a split decision game. 5 of our staff members took the Jets, 6 took Denver, and Denver's a 1-point favorite. You were one of the 5 that took the Jets. I think part of that's due to how good Zach Wilson was against the Chiefs. And the other part of it is just the Broncos giving up 70 to the Dolphins. The fact they rallied back from 28-7 against the Bears is kind of amazing. But they do have home field. So, you know, it is what it is. What are your thoughts on that game, Joey? Broncos Jets. I mean, it's a very dull vanilla game, but I feel like we have to briefly acknowledge it.
I think that the thing is, I think the Broncos offense is gonna against the Jets defense is gonna be a good matchup. I think that part will be competitive. Problem is, Jets offense and Broncos defense both suck. So that's not gonna be as interesting. So it's a really hard to tell game, and in a weird way, it should be actually pretty competitive, considering what I just said. But yeah, it's like I can see the competitiveness in there, and how that works because it's a weird one. It's not going to be any less entertaining.
Yep. The Chiefs and Vikings. Chiefs and Vikings is going to be an interesting game. There's only a few teams in the NFL with 0 injuries, Joey. There's only a few teams in the NFL with 0 injuries. The Chiefs are the only AFC team with 0 injuries at the moment. Then you look at the NFC, you've got the Commanders, no injuries, Vikings, no injuries, Falcons, no injuries, 49ers, no injuries. Chiefs and Vikings is the only game with 0 injuries in Week 5. I've got the Chiefs winning 35-31. Brian Bayless and Tanya Holmes both took the Vikings in an upset. The rest of our staff picked the Chiefs. Final 2 games, Cowboys, 49ers. Dallas and San Francisco, this might be a preview of the NFC title game. I just think these are the 2 best teams in the NFC. I went with a Brock Purdy photo for the cover, and I've got the Niners winning 28-24. Brian, Tanya, and Kerm took the Cowboys to win in San Francisco. That is not a lock. And then the final game is Packers-Raiders, Monday night game. And we both took the I think I took the Packers. You may have took the Raiders. I'm looking at the results here. The Raiders are a 1-point favorite. I took the Packers 30-27, but I do have Green Bay winning in overtime against the Raiders. I have this game going to overtime. And I have Jordan Love beating the man who humiliated Aaron Rodgers twice in the playoffs and Jimmy Garoppolo. I've got the Packers winning 30-27 as the Packers beat Devontae Adams' new team, the Raiders, in a high-scoring shootout. So that's what I've got. Next episode of Draft Utopia, we will break down the wide receiver rankings. We'll also have midseason report cards for the Packers and Steelers. And I'm just glad we only have 2 teams on bye weeks next week, because that's going to make things a lot easier. We can get through our receiver rankings, and we can get through some other fun stuff on the podcast. So I hope the Texas-Oklahoma game is still on ABC because I want to watch the end of that if it is. And anything else you want to add before we sign off? Because we've covered everything on TalkShoe, Joey, and the iPad's at 41%. And we made it through every second of Restream, 5 hours, 27 minutes without any interruptions on Restream. Extremely grateful for that. So, yeah. And our mock drafts, you could check those out. I've got an NHL one up, draftytopia.com/2024 NHL mock, draftytopia.com/2024 NFL mock draft.html. And I've got Wes Langley's mock. I think I'll post links to those in the description for this video because I do really appreciate everybody who stayed in until the end. We have at least one listener who listened to the entirety of the show. We had 3 listeners when we were breaking down the draft simulator. So that really gained a lot of traction from our audience. So, yeah. But we'll be back next week with receiver rankings and week 6 in the NFL. I didn't even get a chance to set up week 6 yet because of all the work Wes sent me, and I have no problem with doing it. As the leader of this company, it's my responsibility to get that up. So, it is what it is. So that's my responsibility to get content up when other staff members send me an article edit. That's my job to get that up. So whether I agree with the opinions or not, doesn't matter. It's my responsibility regardless. So yeah. But yeah, that's going to wrap it up for this week's edition. Receivers next week, and then we'll have Packers and Steelers midseason report cards. That'll be entertaining because you'll probably watch the Monday night game for that reason. And Steelers-Ravens will probably be the third game Joey watches on NFL Plus second game because the Browns have a bye week, and he's going to watch the Jaguars-Bills game live at work tomorrow. So it's like, or hear it during his break. Maybe not all of it, but part of it. So yeah, that'll do it for today's edition. I want to watch Oklahoma, Texas. I want to thank Joey, and we're signing off on TalkShoe. We're also signing off on Restream. So long. Enjoy.